Cool.
Thank goodness. After the morbid curiosities that are our brains.
Yeah, we won't go into that again. At least not while on recording.
Roll Destiny, bitches.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Ooh. Wonderful. All right, bring it home.
Sorry. My dice roller went out, so... Oh, shit!
Holy hell!
What?
Wow.
Best day ever.
I will not be mad at your liberal use of Destiny points tonight. I will be perfectly all right with it.
By the way, Javen.
Yeah.
So, what... I was really curious about the Destiny point use on rolls, just because I didn't know exactly how it worked. So when I looked it up on the cheat sheet, it turns out you can, like, the DM and the player can both use a Destiny point per check. But it kind of like cancels each other out, but you're allowed to use one and, like, it's one light and one dark per a check. So if you want to upgrade something that we've already added a Destiny point to, you're welcome to.
Gotcha. All right, well, shit. Well, time to double down on stuff, I guess. Woot woot. All right, do we need a recap?
I'm pretty good. Does anyone else want one?
Yeah,
I don't really need one because, again, there's a almost 3-hour video of what we did last time.
Yep.
Yeah.
I apologize for the late delay.
I mean, ultimately, just to give a very minor recap, it was basically you guys' shopping episode. You guys kind of had some R&R. You moseyed around, waited for Quill to contact you. Some stuff was bought, some stuff was modded, some credits were foolishly given away.
What?
Quill made contact, Hermit, my bad, took you towards the shuttle that took you to the Bespin Temple. After giving a brief description of the Bespin Temple, you guys waited for Quill to fly the YT, put it into autopilot hover mode right above where the temple kind of pokes out, very much like Wan Shi Tong's library in the desert in Avatar: Last Airbender. As the top of it just kind of pokes up through the clouds, that is where you guys' ship is currently sitting. About 5 minutes go by, and you see a red-eyed figure zooming through the clouds in a sort of vulture-like circle around you. Landed, it is Quill. He takes off his mask with the red lights, and tells you guys that his cape is like a gliding cape. Or his robes, I guess. His cloak.
Effective little parachute.
He has informed you all that regardless of where you guys want to go and what individual I mentioned that.
I didn't hear that in the mention. I apologize.
I said some certain amount of credits were foolishly given away.
My apologies.
He informed you that regardless of where you want to go or where you end up going, your party will probably get split up at some point because the temple works in mysterious ways. With that, I have rolled obligation, and tonight's episode will be very eventful.
Dear God.
So, here we are. You guys are at the front of the temple. Can I please have a marching order, if you'd be so kind?
Adrian's going first. He'll take directions from people, but he's in the front.
Mikia will follow in behind.
Probably good to have Quill on rear guard.
Quinn usually goes side by side with someone.
You can go side by side with Hermit.
I'm thinking I'm going to stick with Hermit.
And Quinn can be a little goblin. And Mikia can be this thing. And Adrian can be the werewolf.
appropriate.
All right, so we said Quill, due to him removing his mask, he is no longer Hermit. He is now Quill. He's up front. You said Mikio was at the back, Adrian in the middle, and then Quinn buddying up with Quill.
Yes.
If that's how they want to do it, sure.
The
I
Quinn
mean,
Quill combo.
logically, it's like Quill is my main source for this place, so it's like I'm going to stick towards my source.
Mm-hmm. All right. You guys walk into the dilapidated Bespin Temple. Devoid of grand doors in the front entranceway. One kind of being off one of its hinges and swung open. The other one just lying completely flat off to the side.
I feel like Adrian would at least pull out a flashlight and start flashing it around.
So once you guys get in, you see that this entire temple has been unkept for what seems to be longer than the previous temples that you've been at. You see the grand staircase climbing up to the second floor landing. Off to your left, you see that there is a big archway, kind of crumbled and cracked, leading into what can only be a sort of cafeteria area with long tables, kind of with sort of like this moth-eaten kind of fabric covering over it, very dusty. Inside here, there is no light, save for the sunlight that is creeping in through all of the various and numerous cracks and holes in the walls and the ceilings and all that. And as you look up, you see that this temple is in fact 4 stories tall. You see a turbo lift off to the right. Whether it works or not is open to interpretation. The door is open, which usually for turbo lifts is a good sign that there's no power going to it. Also off to the right, you see that there is just a sort of kind of waiting lounge area going along the right side behind another archway.
Oh, cool. Which way to? I think Quinn, you didn't want it to go to the archives, right?
Quinn's just kind of standing there doing the like normally in this kind of place it would just be like snapping pictures left and right. Like you could almost build another 3D model, digital model of the pictures he usually takes, but it's like this time is just like quick picture, kind of a solemn just this is sad. So he's not really responding.
And I will say, as you guys look around this Jedi temple, it is kind of depressing in a way. This place, as Quill described it, once used to house the most promising of Padawans, Jedi, the most talented, the most gifted, the most prestigious. You see, actually, can everyone go ahead and give me a perception check? Because I assume you guys are kind of just like, looking around this main entryway, unless I'm wrong.
No, you're absolutely right. Difficulty?
Just 2 purple is fine.
That makes sense.
Yeah, Quinn, you're too absorbed.
Oh, did we recover any strain from last episode, or are we still got?
You guys had a 45-minute short rest to kind of catch your breath and all that. So yeah, if you only have 2 strain, go ahead and just heal both of them.
Cool.
Adrian, what are you looking at right now?
I feel like Adrian's looking at the archway to the waiting area.
Okay. Yeah, so the archway, to the lounge area, to the entrance, or to the cafeteria?
The waiting area, specifically.
Okay. Yeah, you go over there. just some crumpled chairs. Looks as though there was some kind of battle here at some point. Can't really be certain. Mikia,
Yes, sir.
you are the first to see something not alarming, but something interesting. You start to see bodies. You see bodies of clone troopers. You see bodies of, well, I guess they would be skeletons at this point. The trooper armor can stand the test of time, but you would see skeletons as well. As you kind of kick some rubble out the way, as you kind of move around the room, there's a good, I'll say about 8 clone troopers in here that are dead on the ground. Some of them have various kinds of wounds. If you want to make a check to further look at them, you may. But there are also round about 10 or so non-human skeletons.
Mikia looks at the dead bodies. I wouldn't say that Mikia's used to being around the dead. He's obviously seen people lying on the street dead before, but not
Yeah.
like this. He kind of looks at everything and goes, "What the hell happened here?" And I start to see, not necessarily grave robbing or anything, but I want to
Mhm.
see if there's any sort of anything that can discern more about what happened here. Maybe, a blaster rifle got left behind. Something that maybe, can point us direction as to what happened.
Could Adrian, perhaps with his battlefield, not expertise, but at least background knowledge, give a blue?
If Mikia kind of pulls Adrian into his experience, then yeah, sure.
So as I'm kind of looking
Happy to,
around,
man.
I'm kind of examining some of the helmets. I'm seeing some cracks that, I mean, I've seen people shot, but these don't look right to me. So I kind of I do a little hand wave because I'm trying to remain as quiet as possible. I'm not trying to cause a ruckus. I hand wave at Adrian, to kind of wave him over and go, "What do you think happened?"
Javen, because of Cedric metagaming and knowing kind of what weapon caused most of the clone trooper wounds, would Adrian be able to recognize that? I don't know.
Okay, with you metagaming, what do you think caused the wounds and the death strikes in these clone trooper armors?
For some of them, vibro swords.
Okay,
That is a guess, but
gotcha. Yeah, if Adrian would like to roll, I guess this would be a medicine check.
Okay.
Medicine or knowledge warfare, whichever is better.
they're both decent. I'll roll medicine just because that has one.
And I will give you a blue, considering I'm at least observing or kind of helping point things
Yes.
out.
Yes, that is fine.
Okay. Blue difficulty.
3 purple, because 3 purple, and go ahead and add a black onto that too, just because of how old these corpses are.
I was gonna argue for that actually because it made sense.
Yeah.
Shit.
Dang.
Go ahead and take 3 strain for me.
Yeah.
Are you looking at just the clones? With the triumph, I'll let you investigate the skeletons as well, the non-human skeletons.
I would like to investigate the skeletons.
Cool. You can go ahead and make a xenealogy check to try and discern the race of these.
Same difficulty.
It's gonna be 2 purple and 2 a black. 2 purple and a
One or
black.
two?
Just one.
Okay. No.
Yeah.
Straight up no.
Yeah.
But you do see like the impacts of what killed them, and to some extent, you're right. These clone troopers, a long ass time ago, were killed by Vibrosword. A couple of them by gunshot, but for the most part, Vibrosword. Yeah. I'm gonna say that's all you get. You can tell with the medicine check that these weren't expert strikes. They seem more kind of savage in a way.
Mm-hmm. More brutalistic than minimalist.
Maybe not brutalistic. You can tell like just from how good that medicine check was. Yes and no. You think that whatever killed these clones probably wasn't anything big, but definitely savage.
Okay. So I'm going to communicate pretty much all that I got from the medicine check straight to Mikia in a very low whisper. And I feel like I'm going to cast a look at Hermit, because I know he's probably been back here before and trying to gauge what his personal reaction is to us seeing this.
You look at Quill, and Quill is standing in the dead center of the main entrance and just looking up the stairs.
I would still like
Yeah,
to. I would still like to look around the corpses for something. I mean, I hate to say this, but you know, anything valuable.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Could I argue skullduggery?
You're not really stealing. You're trying to find stuff that's already there.
That's fine. Difficulty?
Yeah. Go ahead and give me just a 2 purple difficulty. You can use however many successes you would like, but for each success that you use, you will be taking 1 conflict.
That's fine. I'll go ahead and take all 3.
You find I need to look up the exact things that they have. Give me 1 second. You find. Let me just check on these. If my internet decides to cooperate. Hello. There we go. Where are the prizes? There they are. You find 3 and there's 3 successes. You find 2 DC-15 blaster rifles that are still in working condition. I say in quotes because they're not cut in half or bent.
That doesn't mean they're not damaged.
You can tell just by looking at them. Like one of them's like, clip receiver is like completely like blown out from the inside. But get that fixed, probably make it work. The other one has like, the other one's stock is just off. But everything else seems intact. And you find 1 frag grenade that is still on the belt of one of these long dead clone troopers.
What do I discern that the grenade is safe to use?
You can roll a mechanics check if you like.
Ah, fuck. Sure. I mean, I'd rather not pull the pin and explode it in my hand, so might as well see if I can figure it out.
No, that's Cedric's job.
Let's not go there. Difficulty.
Yeah.
Trauma.
Oh, shush.
Difficulty?
One purple. One purple and a black.
God damn it.
I mean, presumably this temple hasn't been touched in like a decade, a standard decade, and the grenade still hasn't gone off. It's not a mine; it's a grenade. So,
I pocket the grenade. I put that in my backpack as a in case of bad emergency. Pull this. I look at Hermit and I look at Quill and I look at Adrian. I pull up the DC-15 rifles and I kind of shake them as kind of a, put these in your bags kind of situation. Might be able to get some money out of them.
Quill keeps looking up the stairs.
Can I? I'm just going to like stand, like I've been standing kind of like side and behind him this whole time, and like after like a minute or two of him just staring at the stairs, I'm just gonna like, sir, are you all right?
Yes, it's just bad memories of here, but good ones also. It's all very confusing.
Hermit.
He kind of turns his head, kind of looks behind his shoulder at you.
You mind carrying one of these blaster rifles? We'll probably sell them when we get out of here.
He takes off his backpack and throws it at you for you to put it in it.
I've already got a backpack. God damn it! I put the one with the damaged stock.
No, yeah. For you to put it in and then give it back to him.
Yeah, I put one of the rifles in there. I hand Adrian the other rifle. Presumably he can carry it. I don't know.
I don't think my encumbrance is accurate on the sheet. Yeah, for some reason it's not. I think I have. Yeah, at the moment I should be at encumbrance.
I just had to manage my encumbrance today, so.
Yeah, I should be at encumbrance 7 out of 11. So I can pick up. I think I should be able to pick up a blaster rifle.
I was about to say that should be it.
A DC-15 blaster rifle, and I did not realize they were this heavy. They are cumbersome 3, and they are encumbrance 6.
Wait, what?
No.
The DC-15 blaster rifle, which is what the clone
long
troopers
form
carry.
blaster rifle, not the DC-7. That's the short rifle from Clone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Revenge of the
Okay.
Sith.
Okay. So I
DC-15 is
no,
the
yeah,
long rifle from Episode 2.
yeah.
So I'll say if you guys can't carry them now, you can go ahead and like put them towards the entrance.
Get our way out.
I'll say like yeah, if you guys have to leave in some form of emergency, then you can like make checks to like grab them and kind of run maybe a little bit slower or something.
Okay, I'll instead of using up Quinn's valuable backpack area, I will instead leave them at least in a position where we know that we have to leave. We have to head this direction, so that way we can grab them on the way out. Because I'm sure, even if we have to pocket everything, I'm sure that me and Adrian could at least carry them.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Maybe between us or something, we can
Yeah.
definitely make it work.
exactly.
yeah. Go ahead and just write down somewhere that 2 DC-15 blaster rifles and the frag grenade you can just carry.
Yeah, I've got them all in my notes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you don't have the blaster rifles yet, but they're easy access for when you guys leave.
Javen, I remember you saying there were 3 archways and a stairway.
Okay, so on the right, there is the archway where Adrian was standing that goes off to the waiting area for like guests or acolytes or whatever. If we're looking at it in a big circular, because it's a circular temple. So this whole room is like one big circle. And then directly in front of you is the big staircase going up to the second floor. Off to the right, like let's say 10 to 15 feet diagonally away and to the right from the staircase, is the big turbo lift where metagaming the Golden Sentinel once used to guard.
Oh.
But it is lying open and dark, much like the rest of this temple, and equally as dilapidated. And there, up the turbolift tube, there are cracks and like holes in the glass going up. There is a big staircase going up to the second floor, and then there is the archway on the left, which goes to the cafeteria.
What do you say,
So,
Quinn? We go up?
I'm actually not sure where to go.
Where would you like to go?
Let's start with the archives.
I look to Quill.
So it's to the archives then?
The archives.
All right. Up we go. And he moves and starts to walk up the steps.
I again keep up with him.
Same marching order?
Yes, please.
All right. Cool. You guys go up to the second level. This level has 4 doors. Like, not doorways, but doors. As soon as you get up, there is... Well, I guess there's a doorway and 4 doors. The doorway immediately in front is a sort of spiral staircase going up to the 3rd level. It's like a little, like, 10-foot long, kind of like that pointed arch hallway going to like a kind of like turret staircase up. Off to the right, there is one door that is kind of like half open and like a little bit broken. It's a sliding, what you presume to be an automatic glass door. That was once very elegant and refined, but now is just another testament to how far the Jedi have fallen. Way off onto the right, which is where Quill starts to take you, is a much thicker door that has been kind of like if there was a steel door blocking a Rancor, and the Rancor just punched a hole straight through the middle, and then got his hands and ripped the doors open. Very similar to what you're seeing here. And that is where Quill is currently taking you. Off to the left, there is a door that has been kind of pried open, and is still kind of like... Actually, no, that door has been completely open. That door is completely open. And then the one all the way on the left is a sort of double door that is closed. And he starts to take you off to the right side. Unless there's any objections, you guys keep going.
No objections from me. I feel like... I don't know. I feel like Idrian would try to reach out with the Force just to like get a sense of what's going on, because he's realizing that the Force is more than what he thought it was, if that makes any sense. Maybe he can use it to help his friend somehow, but he's still a little leery of it, so I don't know exactly what he would do to reach out beyond like maybe expanding a hand towards one of the other doors and seeing if he gets like some psychometric sense of it.
So, only having the Force Power Conjure, tell me what skill you use to try and reach out.
I feel like for him it would be almost like a lore check.
Okay. So trying to like reach within yourself to maybe get some kind of hint.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, go for it. Go ahead and roll it with 3 purple, please.
There's a good chance I don't get anything, but I figure it's worth a shot.
Hey, look at that.
You know?
So, what are you trying to find out?
I think Idrian has looked at a couple of temples and he's seen destruction. I mean, to him, that kind of proves the narrative that Mandalorians always told that Jedi are warlike. There's corpses inside one of their temples, and the other one has or was invaded by a separatist force. I think he's just trying to reach in and see what kind of like past this place has.
Okay. As soon as you go to reach out, you hear and feel every conflict and battle that this temple has seen in the past 30 years, all in the span of like 3 seconds.
I
You
feel like
hear-
Adrian would fall to his knees at that.
Yeah, as soon as you try to reach out at all, you are overwhelmed with fear, sadness, and fatigue. Yeah, if Adrian falls to his knees,
Mm-hmm.
go for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Adrian falls to his knees.
Sir, you are. I kind of go run up and check.
Adrian's kind of cradling his head in his hands, not
I'd-
quite understanding what he just did.
I just kind of provide cover, like I'm just kind of looking around to make sure nothing jumps out at us. Adrian, what happened?
I tried something, and apparently this place was a war zone.
A war zone.
I look at Quill's response to that.
He just, with his left foot still facing down the path where you were going, swivels his right foot, looks at you, and looks down at Adrian, and just kind of stares at you and goes, "I don't know what to tell you. You saw the bodies. Don't reach out here. There's too much pain for someone so susceptible. It would not be wise."
Can you stand, Adrian?
Pushing himself up, Adrian kind of looks at Quill, not defiantly, but almost like that sullen, like, I just got told better by an adult and I'm not happy about it look. But he nods and puts his hand on his knife, ready to go into the archives.
Quill nods once. Can I get everyone to roll me a streetwise check real quick?
Absolutely.
1 red, 2 purple.
Oh,
And go ahead and add 2 black to the roll too.
ahead.
Not a good likelihood of me hitting anything on this. Those are some angry fucking dice.
Could I spend a destiny point to give me 1 success?
Hang on, I have to restart the browser, the dice roller. My internet's being poopy.
Oh
That
no.
happens.
If you use 2 destiny points,
No.
I will allow this.
No, I'm not doing that yet.
Okay.
If,
You're
if you're
lost.
if you're asking me to use unmatched fortune, I'm not doing that yet.
No. I'm saying spend 2 destiny points to turn that roll into a neutral success.
Oh yeah, sure, fine. I'm good with that.
Yeah. No. I would specify more, dude.
Wanted to
I,
make
I would. I would.
sure.
No. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. You have just I need Adrian to go ahead and take another 2 strain, please.
Mhm.
Quinn, if you can take a strain as well.
Can do.
Mikia,
Yes,
as
sir.
Adrian's kind of getting to his feet and Quinn's kind of looking around. Is Quinn taking any pictures right now? Maybe like 1 or 2.
One or two, just kind of like I feel like not
Yeah.
after uh, Idrin goes to his knees, but like Quinn was doing it as he walked in, just to kind of like, all right, just documenting at this point this basic
Cool.
picture.
So in those split seconds, Mikia, I'm assuming you're probably clocking Quill this entire time. As Quill goes to turn around, you watch his eyes sort of like in his head kind of tilt up, look towards the ceiling for like a split second, look around before turning and walking more towards where presumably the archives are. You guys can.
I make sure that Adrian is good to stand, and then resume my spot next to Quill.
Adrian's all good. Adrian, you might feel like a little bit of a sweat coming on, but I mean, you just saw a lot of death very fast.
Oh yeah. Adrian's definitely unsettled.
Yeah. You guys move to the archives. The doors that have been beaten in. Quill kind of puts a leg through and goes into the doors into this dark room. He takes out a torch and turns it on and starts looking around.
I'm gonna go grab dinner. I'll be right back.
For sure.
Okay.
All of the trauma.
I am like I can hear the ghosts myself in that temple.
Oh, you can absolutely.
I'm just like trying not to roleplay like Quinn is sad because this is something like he's only seen like the glory side of the Jedi, like the mystic warrior kind of like magician stuff, and he's only seen like how powerful they can be, and then all of a sudden it's like he's seeing all this destruction and all this like decay, I guess, or not decay, but like just how time has ravaged this temple, and it's eye opening to him. It's definitely like, oh yeah, they've been gone. Like it's not like there's people everywhere to preserve their legacy. There's honestly not a lot. And
They're gone.
yeah. Well, because like on Coruscant, there was at least one person there still running the preservation or whatever they called
Captain
them.
Orville.
Captain, yep. What is it? Joseph, Captain Joseph Orville.
Mm-hmm.
He was at least preserving that temple to an extent and to the best of his ability, which that's kind of what Quinn was expecting. And then he gets to Deveron, and it's like, okay, this is an occupied temple. Probably going to be a bit of damage from the occupation, and obviously it's in separatist territory. They weren't doing their best, so that he was expecting that. This though was this was a shock. So
I think also we have to consider that the event happened, what, Javen, 20 years ago?
Well, one of the events happened about 20 years ago. Wait. Do you mean like the whole Jedi dying out thing happened 20 years ago?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out my
Yes.
timeline here.
The plague.
Yes, the plague happened. The last Jedi on file was died of the disease 20 years ago.
So you also have to figure in that propaganda has now started to play in. So the Republic is starting to put out even more exaggerated stories about the Jedi. The Separatists have their own revisionist history about the Jedi. I can only imagine how convoluted the story has become.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Quinn definitely bought into the Republic side of things.
Yeah.
My apologies for the delay.
And-
I'm back.
Oh,
You good?
no worries, man. We were literally just discussing how the story of the Jedi would have morphed over their death.
Plus stuff that's not been reported apparently.
Yeah, and we're doing the secret histories, folks.
Yay.
I'm assuming all of you go in one after the other into the archives, correct?
That is correct.
Cool. Quill goes in, Quinn goes in, then Idrian, then Mikia. Can I get everyone to roll me a resilience check, please?
Oh dear. Just plain check or what are we?
This resilience check will be. Hang on, I also have to open up. Actually, no, wait, I have it right here. Whop. What is your resilience, sir? Not great.
Nope.
3 purple. 3 purple and a black from everyone.
Yay.
We're all gonna fuck this one up.
Oh, I'm gonna let everyone else. Okay. Yep, there and
I was gonna say y'all may not have great resilience, but I do.
What?
Cool. So
I
actually
mean,
gonna go in order here. Idrian, was there a specific place that he would have liked to see in the temple? Anywhere, any kind of place.
If Idrian is being honest to himself, any of the sparring rooms.
Cool. As you walk through this door, it's a very dark room. Pitch black. You can't see your nose in front of your face. A couple of seconds go by, and a slow light starts from the ceiling. About 8 foot, 9 foot tall ceiling. As a light starts to flood into the room. In front of you is a large wall mirror, a floor mat, a blunted vibro sword stand with 4 vibro blades on it, 2 sets, one on either side of the fight mat of Jedi sparring armor, which you now know and you've seen before, and a couple of sort of like older moth-eaten kind of pillows to sit on.
Doesn't look like any archive I've seen.
There's no one around. It's just you.
Yeah, Idrian is talking to himself. Wait, what? When? Yeah. Well,
As you look around, there's also no door.
Adrian's not dumb enough to try and conjure a door. I feel like Adrian would start removing his modular armor and see if maybe he just gets into the sparring gear to see, like, what is this shit actually?
Okay. Ijin looks around a little bit, starts stripping. We're gonna go to Quinn next. Quinn, as soon as you walk in, your kind of light kind of flashing before you. As soon as you walk into the archive, all of the shelves start to sort of sparkle and glisten to life.
I guess there is power here. I like immediately look around and like I'm assuming I'm by myself too.
Oh yes, and again, no door.
Okay. Oh. Oh dear. Um. Uh. And then it's like, well. I don't know what to do because. Hello. Is anybody here?
Hello.
Hi.
Are you lost?
Uh. Yes and no. Um. I was trying to get to this archives. I'm assuming this is the archives. But I seem to be separated from the people I was with.
Oh, well, that is quite a shame. But perhaps I can help you find what you need. You don't need your companions, you have me.
And who are you?
I'm the archive. And all the way on the other end of this 40, 50-foot long kind of. You know, in the movies, where you see the Jedi archives and it's like one long hallway with a bunch of shelves off to the side?
Mm-hmm.
At the very end, you see this vault door, kind of like Cerebro style door, with a little ball of light sitting right in the middle of it. And when it says, I'm the archive, the light brightens a little bit more and then blinks. We're gonna move to Mikia.
Oh dear.
Mikia, I know where you want to go.
Yep.
You know where you want to go.
Yep.
So that's where you're going. As you walk in to this busted in doorway into a dark room, you are greeted by light and breeze.
Huh?
In this area, making a sort of right-handed, very gentle right-handed turn, about 45 degrees. All along the left side look to be what you, Geo, would envision as private meditation rooms for one or two people. All along, they're all in this room. What would have been extremely relaxing and sort of stress relieving sort of pod chairs are now kind of decrepit, shambled, fallen over. At the end of the gentle curve, what was a sliding glass door, and well, like an automatic sliding glass door, has now all been exploded. The glass is still on the floor now 20 years later. And the breeze that you're feeling, accompanied by the kind of flapping of the old tattered curtains of this ancient meditation area, is a balcony, an open balcony with guardrails going up to about your navel.
This doesn't look like any archive to me. I look around and see that nobody's near me.
No one there. No doorway out.
I turn around and I immediately kind of walk to where I think the door is. I put my hands on it, hit it a few times. Bust it! And I turn back around and I go, fuck! I pull my blaster and I aim it to where I'm walking because now I'm in fight or flight mode.
Mm-hmm.
As I walk forward, I scan the perimeter every few feet. Is anyone there? Answer me now!
There's no response.
I walk up to the balcony to see if I see anything below.
Yeah, you do. Below the balcony, there is just more clouds. As you look off the balcony, you realize that you are now standing in a sort of structurally made safe zone of the wild, whipping, kind of gaseous clouds that form around this whole temple now that it's submerged. I say with quotes. Yeah. Once you cross the threshold of what was a sliding glass door, the wind picks up immediately.
The breeze is strong here. I turn back to the meditation room and I go, I can't do this on my own. I'm not like Adrian. I don't have the force. I can't. Last time I did this, I fucked everything up. Damn it, this isn't how it was supposed to go. What do I do now? I just kind of keep looking.
Slow wind passes through the room as Mikia finds himself well and truly alone. We're going to go to Quill. And then we're going to go to Adrian.
I figured that was gonna happen.
Dang
I was
it.
like, we're not gonna get to see the metagaming bullshit. Yeah, I feel like Adrian is. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to, and if you want to keep going with it, you can fully now be equipped with the Jedi padded armor, like the Jedi training armor.
I feel like Adrian is more just like testing it because he's never worn one of these, and this seems like, oh fuck it, I might as well figure out what they went through. And I think first thing he notices is that the Jedi sparring armor is remarkably similar to what he used to wear as he was practicing for his commando trials.
Yeah. It's not exactly the same, but yes, it is very, very similar. Very just freeing, but also keeping padding where it counts. Yeah, but you are in this kind of padded armor. What do you do now?
I feel like Adrian would also go to one of the vibro sword stands and just start pacing the room, kind of looking around, trying to get a sense for how, like, what insight could he gain from the room, I guess, is what he's thinking. Maybe there's stuff here that taught, or maybe there's forms on the walls. Maybe there's something here that Jedi learned how to fight. Maybe there's some hints in this
room. As you're kind of walking around, you just hear coming from wherever you are, from the opposite end of the room, just go, "You're late."
Adrian immediately whips up his sword into his low guard.
Do you have one? Do you have one of the blunted vibro swords?
Yes, he absently picked one up.
Cool. As you whip around, you see. Gotta find an image of this real quick. Give me a second.
Stop. Those murder mittens over there. Holy
It's
shit.
gonna be. Wonder what it's gonna be. Also find it really ominous that as soon as Javen switched to my viewpoint, Duel of the Fates started playing.
It's
Oh dear.
actually not far off. As you whip
Oh, no.
around, you hear and see something for the very first time. I would probably say. I'm just gonna go ahead and post it to the Star Wars chat. Why not?
I mean, why not?
As you whip around and you see this figure, what it is holding activates.
Ah,
As this, you would know this as a lightsaber. You've never seen one, but you've heard of them and you know what they are. It's part of Mando history after all.
It is. And I have never seen a Sentinel before though. And I'm very eerily figuring out like, why does this armor look like the Neo Crusaders? What the actual fuck? Why does this look like my history?
As he ignites his saber, he goes, "All right, Callus. Let's see how well your training's been treating you."
I feel like there's a little bit of vindication from Idrian before he just gets absolutely massively scared.
What's wrong, Vreka? Don't be afraid. You're a strong warrior. Come at me with everything you've got.
Okay, Idrian is so freaking confused. He's blindly gonna follow that instruction because his body knows how to react, even if his mind is fucking reeling. I
Cool.
feel like
Go ahead
he
and
would. I don't have a vibro sword, so if someone wants to send me stats for that, because I guess it'd still be a melee attack. I'll just calculate.
just roll me a melee attack. Roll me a melee attack with 2 red, please.
Oh, absolutely. This is gonna.
Yeah, 2 red and 2 black actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's probably some blacks in here, but yeah, let's go ahead and roll. Holy shit!
wow.
What would you like to do?
That's the first.
So I feel like Idrian would go into one of the more modern, like Mandalorians have always considered melee combat not quite a essential, but definitely like everyone needs at least some base combat of it or base
Mhm.
knowledge of it. I feel like they would even improve it over years. So I think he goes into a newer combo that kind of confuses the Sentinel and manages to put in a pretty good strike.
Cool. Where do you plant this strike?
Lower left leg.
Cool. So you start going in, and this figure, this being, starts to parry it almost as though he as well is following a sequence. He started throwing some new stuff, and he goes, "Whoa!" He does a spin to get away from you, but you don't miss a beat. You roll forward. You go in for another strike. He parries it, leaving his left leg open. You spin around and flick and smack his knee as he clips and falls to the ground with his palm towards the ground.
I think Idrian would back away because even if this is his quote unquote enemy, there's honor. He's still sparring.
After as he falls to the ground, he looks up at you and goes, "You know, they warned me about Mandalorians." And he kind of like puts all of his weight on his right foot, flexes his knee, cracks it, kind of rolls his shoulders, and goes, "All right, let's see if you can do that again." And he drops lower, now in a much more serious form. Go ahead and give me that exact same roll, but you're going to add 3 black to it.
Oh yeah, that's. Oh boy.
What?
Jesus.
Take 3 strain. Walk me through what happens.
Okay.
To,
So
to give you some flavor, he is doing to what Cedric would know as a sort of much more aggressive Ceresu, a much more kind of
full-bladed Ceresu.
it's a saber staff, so it's like it's just an aggressive defensive form, kind of like how Captain America uses a shield offensively.
Oh yeah, but having double the striking surface makes Ceresu very scary.
Exactly.
So I feel like Idrian is having trouble fighting the dual blade, and I would use the 3 successes as literally him actually being able to fend off not just blows but counter blows, and being able to get one good hit, just a crack across the breastplate as he's dodging and weaving and generally trying to keep his sword in order, even though it's probably Cortosis and he doesn't think about that. He's just trying to avoid the lightsaber blades and get hits in where he can.
You swing, you block. As this being, it keeps going after you. He goes, "You're a slippery little one. You've been training well, I see." He does the overhand flourish twirl, strikes down. You do a glancing parry, and whip around Crescent and just crack him across the chest, which sends him back. Now, at that point, he kind of holds his hand up to stop you.
I think on instinct, Idrian stops. And before he second guesses himself, his blade goes down, almost as if like this is still a traditional sparring match.
As you do that, he's kind of breathing heavy. And then Saber goes off, straightens himself up, fully still has his breath, puts Saber on his hip and goes, "Martial prowess, self-control. You are the pinnacle. You are the perfect warrior. Now let's see about your mental discipline." Adrian's vision goes black. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to Quinn.
Yes. All right. If you are the archive, can I ask you questions?
It would be my pleasure. It has been quite some time since I've had company.
Oh dear. Quinn has got that weird feeling of like, oh, this is so exciting, but then it's like this is still kind of creepy, but like the excitement is starting to kind of like overshadow the creepiness factor of it. It's like this is just a source. This is a major source. Okay. Well, how far how far back are your archive is your archive data go?
There's a brief pause as it kind of calculates and it goes, "My records indicate that I go back to about 5,167 standard cycles.
Oh my.
To the founding of the temple, and to where
Oh
I
my.
was first made."
Now, question, is that a just random number that you made off the top of your head?
5,000 is what I had, but I like to embellish a little bit.
Okay, I'm just gonna write approximately 5,000 years old.
Approximately 5,000.
Well then, what is your most recent entries?
The most recent entry. Could you be more specific?
Well, to the rest of the galaxy that um, the the rest of the galaxy's information on the Jedi, and approximately 20 standard rotations ago, and I am trying to, well, I'm trying to find out what happened at approximately that time. So I guess anything that happened in the 20 approximately.
Oh my god. Okay. Yep. I see your question. Let me dig through my lore a little bit. Because that could potentially be very, very crucial knowledge. Metagaming. If we take a brief pause to do an out of character thing.
Uh-huh.
The massacre of the temple happened
3
about
weeks.
a good 3 weeks before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the most recent entry.
Would have. May I make my guess?
No, because it is not going to be anything that you know. Well, actually, wait. Yeah, tell me what you think it is.
It probably would have been something about because that was the funeral of the Geonosian, the participants of the Bespin Temple from the Geonosian battle. That was the day of the massacre.
Would Quinn know about that? Would Quinn know about the massacre, the Geonosian massacre?
I
Actually,
can
go
roll
ahead.
it.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a lore check.
Yeah.
This will be 3 purple.
3 purple.
Because I feel because the battle of Geonosis was a very pivotal moment because that's what started the Clone Wars.
Yeah. Let me see what I got. So making checks with that skill may. Okay, that depends on what I actually roll with this. So he said 3 purple.
Yes, you can go ahead and add a blue to it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you remember the precise date, or well, approximate date of when the Battle of Geonosis occurred, and how heavy the losses were on the Jedi side.
Mm-hmm.
So you're expecting probably some kind of entry from around that time, or maybe anywhere in between. But the most recent entry dates back to about there is a significant gap between entries. Between the last entry and the second to last entry, there is about 3.5 weeks. And the entry is a holo recording. Would you like me to play it?
Yes, please.
Very well. And the eye kind of rotates and it's sort of like R2D2 like kind of like shifting mechanisms. As the lens opens up a little bit and turns into a projector and shows it kind of at your feet. And what you see is a hooded figure at first. I'm gonna wait for the dog to stop slurping.
What is
Ruining the
that?
dramatic
Drink water,
tension
dog.
one slurp at a time.
Honestly, it's all right now because it's giving me time to catch up on my note writing here. Hooded figure. Cool.
Could you hear me, Archie?
Yes.
Thank you.
It sounds like constant turds hitting a bowl. Does that like Does anybody else get that imagery?
Banner, Uncle Geo says that your slurping sounds like turds hitting a bowl.
Banner, Uncle Geo still doesn't like you.
Uncle Gio.
Okay.
Hooded figure.
Is a hooded figure of a sort of black, skin tight kind of, well, tight kind of Jedi, like Jedi-esque robes, but not really Jedi. More like ninja, like a tabby, like ninja tabby.
Okay.
A black face, like a black mask, like face covering, but not the eyes. As this figure walks up, you hear it go, "The Master has told me to defend this temple at all costs. So until the plan comes to fruition, this is what I shall do. I have just had to fight off a group of Weequay pirates. And it takes off its top hood and takes off its face covering to reveal a Deveronian. Sort of lean in stature, kind of gaunt of face, with one of its horns completely kind of like nubbed, whereas the other one is kind of like long, almost as if instead of simultaneous growth, it was just the one right horn growing instead, as it kind of curves around into like a sort of ram horn. I don't know what the grand plan is for the Master, but I am positive that I will protect this temple at all costs. Plague said that it was crucial. Master Plague said that it was crucial. So until my dying breath, this is where I shall stay. I give you this archive. And he holds out a little crystal. And you watch as the hand goes kind of like out towards you and kind of disappear, presuming whatever was recording, he puts it behind. As this Deveronian does so, he goes, "That's the end of my instructions. I will wait for the end times." Give me 1 second. I have to track down his name. This is Trovy Vent. Signing off. The hand goes behind the recording again and shuts it off.
Archive?
Yes?
Is the item that the person in that recording, is the item that he left still here?
Oh, yes, of course. It was a gift willfully given.
Is it possible for me to see it?
You already are.
You.
Affirmative.
I see. And that was the most recent recording.
That is what you asked for.
Is there any record of happened to this person, or was it assumed that never mind, forget the question,
Very well.
because Quinn kind of assumes that this person was lost with the plague. Um, all right, I'm having a difficult time like metagaming versus like what Quinn would actually want to know.
Can I be of any further assistance? We will then cut to Mikia. Hi, Mikia.
Hello. Miki has just kind of been looking out at the room and looking at the balcony, looking at there's no way out. He's put his pistol back in his holster and think, Mikia, think. You gotta find Idrin, you've gotta find Quinn, you gotta get out of here. Why did we even come to this damn temple anyway? And I kick a pillow out of frustration.
The pillow flops very weakly off to a side.
Damn it. I then begin to use what I know about stealing and hiding places, and I begin to use my eye to see if there's anything around the walls that maybe I have missed, and maybe there's something that I haven't seen quite yet.
Okay, for sure. I would say that this can be a skullduggery check.
Yay.
Because you're using your hands as well as your eyes.
Well, I apparently have all the time in the world. What's my difficulty?
Difficulty is going to be just a solid 2 purple is fine. You can go ahead and add a black to it though, because you're trying to find secrets.
I do love that I get to take away blacks.
Oh, well, there you go. You take away 1 black.
I also love that it shows up in the dice roller.
3 successes.
Got a big X on it.
Is there a specific thing you are looking for?
Trapdoors, secret passageways, maybe hidden compartments. I'm basically thinking about this as a thief would. Like, there's got to be something in here, maybe. Like, I'm just kind of banging on walls to hear if there's anything hollow. I'm checking floorboards. I'm stomping to see if I find any trapdoors, or just kind of just seeing if I can find a way out, because I'm not jumping off the balcony. Hello?
Gio, roll me a d20.
Oh, dear. This never ends well for me. Oompa Loompa 17.
Would you, Gio, like help?
I mean... Are you just gonna tell me what I should do, or is, like...
No, I'm asking if in-game, Mikia would be looking for some kind of help.
He wouldn't be looking for help. He'd be looking for a way out. Like, I wouldn't say that he's looking for someone to help him. He is looking for a way to help himself, if that's how you want to put... If that makes any more sense.
Okay. You hear a voice. As you're kind of like looking around, kind of flipping stuff over and kind of banging on walls, you kind of go to the private meditation area to kind of like look inside that's closest to the balcony end of this room. And from the opposite end of the room, you just hear, "Are you looking for something?"
I pull out my blaster and point it in the direction that I heard the voice.
You point towards the opposite end of the room. Standing there in sort of kind of what were once elegant but have since aged with time, a female Twi'lek, getting on in her years, age lines very, very much showing, except in her eyes, for which there is none. A sort of blooded bandage wrapping that goes kind of underneath her head tails, and covering her eyes, a robed, blind female Twi'lek stands at the other end of your blaster pistol.
Mikia takes a moment to catch his breath. And who might you be?
I'm afraid my name has been lost to me over the years, but you seem fresh. What might your name be?
My name is Talus.
If that's what you say it is, Mikia, then I shall call you Talus.
Mikia aims the blaster at the ground, grits his teeth, and he drops whatever accent he was trying for. So you know my name and you know who I am. I'm not surprised at this point. Every time I enter this temple, my blood pressure skyrockets and I end up having at least one aneurysm. What the hell do you want?
I don't believe that's an aneurysm. I believe that is frustration you feel. And I only know your name because you know your real name.
Clearly you haven't met my friends yet, as they are the source of much of my frustration. Furthermore, what the hell did you just say about my real name?
Well, if I'm to... I'll just answer your question. I know your name because you know your name.
You're not real, are you?
If that is what your point of view is, then I suppose I can't change it.
I grab a pillow. I find some sort of pillow, and I immediately throw it at her.
As you go to lean down, you watch as she puts like her arms into like her long, elegant or elegant sleeves. You pick up the pillow and you piff it at her. As you do, she with the grace of a dancer, right leg out, and a sort of like how Spider-Man can kind of just like slowly move out of the way of a moving object. She then slenders her posture to where her right shoulder is facing you, as is her right foot. But she is now kind of looking down towards the ground, but her posture is very much facing you. And she goes, "Now, what possesses you to throw a projectile at a blind woman?" What do you seek to gain from that, Mikia?
To see if you're a figment of my imagination from me being alone in this place. You wouldn't be the first hallucination I've dreamed up.
Is that truly what you believe?
Lady, I don't know what to believe, nor at this moment do I really care. If you have some way to get me out of here and get me back to my friends, that is all I care about at this moment.
I'm afraid that I do not know the way out of here. But you do. And then she corrects herself to face her body back to you.
Mikia puts the blaster pistol to his head and just kind of presses it against his head. Okay, so we're playing this game now. Alright, if I know the way out, and since you know my real name, pre-tell, what do I know is the way out?
you see a very small smile creep across her lips. She then writes it, goes back to her usual, goes back to her stoic, goes back to her stoic look, and goes, "If you got yourself in here, you can get yourself out." And if I am truly a figment of your imagination, and if you proclaim that I am not the first figment that you've dreamed up, then why is this dream going on for so long? And how are we able to have a dialogue? From what you can remember, this has never happened to you before. So logically speaking, that's not what's happening right now. She then smiles, very proud of herself.
Mikia grabs another pillow and just drops it because he knows he's not going to win this. And kind of looks around the room. If you know what's inside my head, you know that I've seen places like this before. Back on my homeworld.
If I may correct you on that, you have not seen anywhere like this before.
The amount of knowledge that you have is truly spectacular. And I just kind of throw my hands up and go, even trying to have a conversation with the... You know what? I put my pistol away. I move closer to her. Listen, ma'am, I don't know who you are, and quite frankly, my patience is wearing very thin. You're not even really helping me in this situation, and you're telling me to help myself, which I would most certainly like to do, as I don't know if my friends are in danger or not. And if you see inside my head, you know that I owe a life debt to one of them, which means if they die, I die. I need to get out of here. Now either help me find the exit, or tell me what my brain already knows, so I can leave.
Would you like to roll a check for this, or do you want to roleplay this?
Roleplay it. I'm not trying to like push her into it or anything. You can be a stonewall all you want. Mikia might need to learn a lesson here.
So as you finish, she just kind of cocks an eyebrow and goes, "Sorry, dear, I must have dozed off. What were you saying?"
Nope.
I walk past her at this point. I take my knife out.
As you do, as you go to walk past her, one of her hands comes out of her robe. She points two fingers, puts them in the direct center of your chest, and stops you.
My brain knows that the exit is clearly the direction I just came from. So why is the manifestation of my brain stopping me?
She exhales and very gently pushes you back with her fingers. But to you, it's like if I took both of my hands and with all of my force, like, full on pushed you.
Oh! Ah!
The hands go back into her robe, and she goes, has a manifestation of your brain ever done that to you?"
Okay. Starting to think you're Not a hallucination.
Then what am I?
At this point, an obstacle. I pull out my pistol and aim it at her again.
She doesn't move.
Either help me get out of here or get out of my way.
You're really going to shoot a blind woman?
If it means saving Adrian, yes.
So single-minded. Her left hand comes out, waves it, and your blaster pistol is gone. We're then gonna cut back to Adrian.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Hi, Adrian.
Hi. I may be regretting some life choices at this very juncture.
Cool. Adrian, your vision comes back, and you are in some sort of, how to put this? Not a waiting room, but like a waiting bench. Outside of something. Your vision comes back and you're sitting on a bench. As you look around, there's a hallway stretching off to your left that goes down and does a gentle 45-degree angle curve, going out of sight. On your right, there's another archway with double doors, with one side that has been completely open, and the other one that is kind of bent to the side, almost as if it was forced by something. Maybe explosive, maybe some kind of slicer. Behind you is a full wall window looking out to the... Actually, from here, you can see above the clouds. What do you do?
Where the hell am I?
Oh, also, opposite to where you see the archway. So, if you go off to your right, on the right side, the same wall that the wall of windows is, that's where the archway is to go down somewhere. But then off to the left, there is a opposite path at that same juncture.
Okay. I think Adrian's first instinct is go to the broken open door.
Okay. You get a broken open door. You walk down this hallway, very similarly lit as the rest of this hallway, which, by the way, once you're past the clouds, very well lit. It's daytime. A lot more inviting. You walk in to this circular room. Windows all along the sides with a little kind of ceiling at the top to sort of keep all the glass in place. There are 5 seats in total. No, 6 in total. It's kind of like thrones. As you walk in, I assume you're just going to keep walking until something happens, or do you want to like go in carefully?
I think seeing the thrones, he would kind of stop for a second, see if they're occupied first, and if they're unoccupied, he would make his way in and just kind of start walking around.
Cool. They're unoccupied. Nothing's in them.
So yeah,
As
he
you
would
reach
definitely.
the center of the room, starting on your left, a spectral fire starts in one of the chairs. And then in the next one. And the next one. The next one. All the way until all 6 chairs are filled with this blue flickering fire. Starting again on your left. Just go ahead and roll me a blanket xenology check.
Boy.
I'm gonna say go ahead and roll 3 purple, 1 red, 2 purple, and then to go ahead and add a black to the roll as well.
Poor brain hurt.
4 threats. I'm gonna pocket those for later.
You are welcome.
On the left, starting on the left, sitting with that sort of right ankle to left knee posture with elbows on fucking what were these things called? The little armrests. On God, word escaped me.
It happens, man.
With feathery arms and and big bird-like talons in Jedi robes, you see a Satharian male
Mm-hmm.
in Jedi robes. On his left, a much larger flame coalesces and manifests, leaning forward, left hand on left knee, elbow making a sort of 90-degree angle going out and then down. Right elbow resting on right knee is this big hulking Dawoon, again in these sort of like darker Jedi robes. Going to the left of him is a Mon Calamari male. Oh, sorry, there are 7 in total. My bad. Is a Mon Calamari male.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of sitting straight up, very relaxed posture, hands on knees, and looking at you curiously. Starting on the right seat, there is a Dracelian male. Very stern, arms crossed, leaning back in his chair, looking at you judgmentally. To his right is a Twi'lek female with these sparkling kind of cosmic eyes. Even through the spectral flame, they dig into your soul in sort of a probing yet comfortable way. You want to get to know her.
Mm-hmm.
She's with this very beautiful posture, that sort of arms crossed with her hands clasping the one knee.
Mm-hmm.
To her right, sitting with 2 little feet poking out on the edge,
No.
with a brown hood and brown cloak, no Jedi robes at all, sits a Jawa. With a sort of leather cross strap, holding what seem to be grenades, flashlights, syringes. You're not really sure, but they're
Something.
dangling. They're all just adorned in these kind of like little trinkets and bobs.
Whatever there are, there's a lot of them.
And in the middle, at the largest chair, a slightly over middle-aged man sits like Jarl Balgruff in Skyrim. Sort of kingly, princely posture as he sits upon a throne. A sort of tied back, short ponytail. A very kind of like stern, like kind of crow's feet, this kind of martial prowess aerating about him. And they all stare at you.
I feel like the first thing Adrian would do is, as soon as he saw the flames, he drops into a fighting crouch, stands up as they start to form, and he just kind of, I don't think arrogantly, but definitely cautiously starts to nod as they each come into like their respective figures.
And I'll
Doesn't say anything.
say the Safari nods back. The Dawoon huffs. The Mon Calamari nods twice. The Dracelian is unmoving.
Mhm.
The Twi'lek smiles. The Jawa folds their arms. And the and the older gentleman in the throne kind of furrows his brow and goes, "Who are you?"
My name is Adrian Callis.
Callus. He kind of scratches his chin hair and looks you up and down and goes, Callus. Where do I know that from? Lekba, where do I know that from? And the Mon Calamari kind of turns to him and goes, well, suppose he's a Mandalorian. You know, who is that?
His
The
name
name
is
is
Rekka.
all the masters look to you again, and the human in the big throne just goes, "That's the one." What about Jin Callus?
I know about her. She was the last one. The last Callus, and Adrian spits out the word Jedi.
As you spit out the word Jedi, you see the human kind of laughs to himself and scratches his chin hair. You see the Dawoon has this big toothy grin on him. You watch as the Jawa just kind of raises her shoulders once in like a slight heh. The human leans forward, elbows to knees, and goes, "Is that some spite I hear, little one?" He smiles very, very sarcastically at you.
You've all been dead for more than 20 years. The Mandalorians haven't.
You idiot. The Jedi don't die, we reincarnate.
As soon as he says reincarnate, Adrian just goes, the fuck?
The fuck?
As you say that, even some of the other Jedi in this room kind of look at the main guy as he stands up, as he matches you in stature in his like council robes.
Mm-hmm.
He starts to kind of pace back and forth in front of his throne, and he goes, "If you really think Jedi die, you're a bigger fool than you look." Clearly, I'm right here, standing in front of you. This spectral, kind of smoky, fiery form standing in front of you, full of life, I say in quotes. But if you're a Callus,
Force.
if you're a Callus, then that means that you have a very specific ability. One that I'm sure a certain few of us would like to see firsthand, if you don't mind. So go on, Trick Pony, show us your abilities. And he kind of narrows his eyes.
I feel like Adrian would actually use Conjurer to just make. I think he commonly used it for knives. Actually, I think Adrian, to be spiteful, would try to copy one of the items on the Jawa's bandolier.
Okay. Go for it. Roll the force die.
Oh dear.
Now, Adrian can only make simple objects, so he would pick something he views as unadorned, cylindrical, just basic. It wouldn't actually do anything, it would just look.
You do so. To which you see the Dracelian kind of do like the kind of motion. The Twi'lek remains unmoving and just continues smiling at you. The Dawotan loses his smile and looks angry again. The Sathari male kind of like scooches in his seat a little bit more towards you. The Jawa uncrosses her arms, pushes herself towards where now her knees are bent at the edge, and she's just kind of leaning forward. That look like shit. You copy me?
Adrian feels a little bit ashamed. It's just like, hey, I worked hard on that.
You worked hard on copying Master Clooney.
Not
Did
metagaming.
you say that out loud?
What? Hey, I worked hard on this?
Yeah.
He doesn't actually say it, he would think it, but he would dismiss it just as quickly as soon as she criticized it.
Wait 1 second.
I love it when Jane even does something in a secret dice roller that I don't know about and makes me feel real panicky.
No,
Or that's
there's
even
no
worse.
secret. As soon as you think, hey, I worked hard on that, she said, that is your best. You are nothing. And she moves back in her chair and crosses her arms and continues to stare at you.
Ah, the traumatic memories. Same old Master Clooney.
I feel like Adrian has to do a little
As
small breathing exercise to not launch himself at the tiny things.
your feelings betray you, Callus. You mad?
Surrounded by Jedi, of course I'm mad.
Simple, classic, tiny-brained Mandalorian, always looking for some kind of fight. There's no fascination with you people. It's all the same. Crummy mercenaries is what I think. But you do have the ability. Anyone want to train him? Anyone? Didn't think so. Well, kid, guess you're on your own. I would say may the force be with you, but you probably don't want it anyway, right? I'm right, aren't I? You don't even want it?
I think Adrian at this point is more just shell shocked than anything. Because he's never even heard of a Force Ghost, and now something he thinks is dead is fucking not only talking to him, but insulting him.
Yeah.
Adrian is just too shell shocked to speak, I think.
As you kind of sit there in silence, the guy just goes, yeah, thought so. Coward. Just like your dad. He died like a bitch.
That's fucked up.
Oh, it's a good thing you can't die again.
Try me, Mandalorian. And you watch as you say that, he says, try me. He starts to smoke less. He starts to become more corporeal. As he walks down the 2 stairs that make him a little bit higher than you, he goes to his hip, and his left hand, he takes out a metal cylinder. And he does the motion with his right hand's like kind of low but out. He just goes, huh? Come on. Try me. Die like your pig father. And he points the cylinder at you.
Yeah, I think
We're gonna cut away. We're
Yep.
cutting away. We're going to the next
Perfect.
person.
Good fucking timing.
Quinn. Back to Quinn.
Woo! Okay. So after like a minute or two of just thinking about like what questions Quinn would absolutely want answered, he thinks of one, kind of thinks whether or not to ask it, but then it might get some better answers. So he asks, Archive? Is it possible to get a record on a certain Jedi?
Thank you.
Of course. I carry many records of many Jedi that walked these halls throughout the years.
I found it in Chelsea's yard. Not really in one piece, but there.
Cedric?
Hey, sorry. I'll mute myself.
May I see the records of Jedi Quill?
Quill Scorn. Yes, I have a record on him. Here's the location. And a little the holo projector comes on again, and it shows you a direct path onto a shelf on the 2nd floor, like of this archive. The archive kind of goes up another level.
Mhm.
But what you see, she goes, I'll mark it now with some kind of beacon. And as you look, kind of following with your eyes, you see that the data that you want, she says, it's in a little drive. It's in the form of a drive that you can download onto your datapad to scan, read, or copy it. It's up there. As you look up, it's at least 50 feet up in the air.
I look up for some stairs. Or
Nope.
a ladder.
Nope. From the 2nd floor ground up is 50 feet up in the air. On the shelf, but yeah.
Um. I look for any sort of way to climb up there.
I mean, you could. It'll be a hell of a climb because there's no handholds. Aside from tiny little divots. Kind of like in a library that's like packed with books. If you were to take one book out of a shelf, how it leaves that little tiny gap.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of those. Do be careful. It would be a shame if you fell.
Are all the ARC records for members of this temple up there?
Depends on the member. For Jedi Knight Quill, that is where it is.
What about those that knew him?
Well, many people knew Quill. This temple, record shows, is one of the smaller temples. Every Jedi made companions with Every Jedi.
May I have a list of those that were here while Quill was here?
I can compile a short list of people who were closest to him, on record, that is.
I would like to see those that were in the temple before it was. Well, before records stopped. During his time.
Very well. Compile this list while you get his data chip.
Oh dear.
And you watch as archive just closes.
All right. Yeah, Quinn just starts attempting to climb the shelves.
Give me an athletics check.
Oh dear. And difficult.
Don't you love it?
Yeah.
Difficulty to start off?
Mm-hmm.
Purple.
Nope, that's a red. Purple.
Nice. Make it 10 feet up.
Woo!
Good stuff.
You're now 10 feet up in the air.
All is Quinn again.
4 feet.
Good thinking.
I'm a little guy. And I need to get this information. Yeah, no, I keep going.
Cool.
Is the same thing?
Hang on. No, it's not the same difficulty. This time I'm going to need a resilience check from you
Ooh.
with 2 purple.
No, good. It's the same. Okay.
Oh, good, it's the same.
No, okay. This is. Why is it
Yeah.
doing it? Is it? Okay, give me a second. My browser is being weird.
Just remember, Quinn, none of us are there, so we can't give you blue dice.
Nope. Same
There's
goes
also
for you.
There's also no one there to catch you if you fall.
Yep. This is how tunnel vision Quinn gets with information and like lore and whatnot. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Oof.
Ah, yes, Tolkria flashbacks.
Not bad.
Real quick, if a friend of mine wanted to listen in and she just muted herself, would that be okay with you guys?
Yeah.
I'd be okay with it.
Works for me.
Cool. Cool. It'll be Winter, so if Winter just shows up in general, then just, you can say hello, but for the most part, just
Do we
she's
know
just here to
Winter?
listen.
Cool.
Winter's listened in on a few things. It's Neve.
Ah, okay.
Cool.
She's very new to Discord, so she might not be muted. But I'll if anything, I'll be sure to just mute her myself.
Not a big deal,
Cool.
man. I'll make it work.
Yeah, I gotcha. Just want to make sure. Yeah, Quinn, you're gonna go ahead and take 3 strain. I know you take 1 less. You take 2 strain.
Cool.
But you get another 10 feet up, so you're now 20 feet up. Congratulations! You're now 20 feet in the air, holding on to shelves. How do you feel?
Oh dear. I can do this. I can do this. And keep going.
Cool. Go ahead and roll this time. Resilience check. I'm gonna need you to roll me a coordination check.
Oh my goodness, this is a little better. Except what
As now the finger holes get to be more kind of commonplace, but spread out. So there's more like clusters now, to where you have to jump to get to the next spot. This time it's going to be 3 purple.
Don't like that.
I need Quinn to take 2 wound for me, please. As you go to jump, you don't make any progress because as you jump up, you fall a little bit, and go back to where you first were from. And as you grab onto the finger holes, a couple of your fingers, you feel the strain in your joints as you hold on. And as you kind of go to look down, you see how high up you are, and you cling to the wall. We are now going to go back to Mikia.
So the gun just vanished from my hand.
Yeah, you were pointing it at her, and she just waved her left hand, and it didn't dismantle, it didn't explode, it's just gone.
Kind of staring more in shock.
If you have any more weapons, please. You won't need them. And she motions to the ground.
You're like Adrian. You have to be a Jedi of some kind.
If that is what your mind perceives me as, then by all means consider me a Jedi.
Adrian looks at the balcony for a moment, and in the back of his head he goes, "You could do it. You shouldn't, but you could do it." Turns back around. What do you want from me?
I think I've made it plainly clear I don't want anything. You want to get out of here and go back to your group, correct?
As I have stated many times before.
So, throwing pillows at me, pointing your gun at me, rooting around the room trying to find some kind of secret exit to no avail. And then suddenly she gestures to herself as she takes her left hand out of her robes and puts it back in. I suddenly appear, and that doesn't help you at all. So what else is there to rely on, young Mikia?
Mikia pulls the fragmentation grenade that he has. Suppose this could do some damage to a wall.
You see her take a deep breath and exhale, and she goes, "Yes, I suppose it could do some damage to a wall. You know what? Be my guest." And she walks past you. As she walks past you, you can't see her feet, but you can see like the little bob as she walks, kind of like an old kind of like majesty, like royalty, like old Chinese family, like with the whole like robes and everything. She just kind of walks past you, turns around and kind of like looks towards the ground and goes, "Be my guest. Throw the fragmentation grenade at the wall and blow it to tiny bits."
Mikia walks up to the wall, gets ready to pull the pin on the fragmentation grenade.
And as you do, it's a rock.
You're not even giving me an option to be a better person. You're just making it for me. I turn around, just in pure frustration. Enough with the games. Damn it. I walk up to the balcony. I look at the ledge. I'm done playing this game with you. Either help me get out, or I find the express elevator down.
Takes a deep breath. And takes her right hand out and motions to a pillow.
I come off back from the ledge. I take a seat on the pillow. You could have just said that.
I wouldn't be a teacher if I didn't try and at least give you the opportunity to come to your own conclusions.
Well, you're doing a great job so far, Teach. I kind of fold my arms.
Mikia, where you are now is in your own mind. It's dark, vacant, windy, with a little bit of chaos on the edge. And your reaction to being one with your own mind is to point a gun at your guide, root around at a seemingly empty room, potentially try to kill yourself by throwing yourself over a balcony, throwing a grenade at the edges of your consciousness. Do you see what you're trying to do to yourself?
Well, first of all, Teach, I didn't realize I was in my own mind. You could have started off with that. I might have paid a little more attention. Second of all, I don't believe in the no-win scenario. If there's a way to get out, I try to find it, no matter what. That's how I've always survived on the Earth. That's how I've always survived on Corvus. That's how I've survived anywhere.
Then perhaps you need to stop looking at it as survival and more of a life. This perceived notion of survival is archaic. If you are surviving, you are not truly living. You have a very rare opportunity. Your mind is innately the most powerful thing that you possess, Mikia. And the sooner you figure that out, the better dues you can make on this life debt that you are so strung out about.
You're talking about my people's ability to see into the future.
No. I'm talking about, and she gets down onto your level, reaches out, and pokes you in the forehead.
Ow.
As I've stated, you idiot. We are currently in your mind. Do you see the kind of steel trap that it is? Your vision, and she motions with her left hand towards the balcony, is clouded. The walls, the pillows, unkept, but sealed shut. Your people's ability and why it has been backfiring so much. It's obviously, of course, the first reason being is that you're so far from home. But even the most powerful seers that I've ever met, being a seer myself, have been Iktachi. They've been far travelers from their home. But they've grown that ability. They've accepted it. And though you don't know, you've been relying on it. You do not feel the Force, but the Force is in you. Close your eyes. Envision yourself in your mind. This space. And simply walk out the front door. Try it. You'll see results, I promise.
Mikio kind of gets up from his seated position, looks at the entrance that he came from, looks back at the Twi'lek, looks back at the entrance. It's solid steel. I banged on it before I even entered the room. There's no way to walk through that.
You're in a creation of your own doing. Simply make a way out. Not physically. It's your mind, Mikia. If this was physical, this was real, then I wouldn't be here.
Mikio looks back at the entrance. What's on the other side of these walls? What lies beyond the clouds? If this is my mind, then I'm hiding from something, but I don't know what. I've lied to others. I don't think I've ever lied to myself.
All these questions you have could very easily be answered by walking through.
Mikio positions himself in front of the archway, in front of the small hallway that leads to the exit. Mikio closes his eyes. Make it so. Make it so. Make it so. And then almost power walks his way into the wall.
You power walk. Your foot stops you. Your body collides with the wall. But in your left hand, you feel a handle.
I grab the handle with both hands. Almost like it's going to go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
After realizing it's not, I open it. I turn the knob and walk the door out. Walk the door out and look past into the opening.
You open the door and walk out, and we cut back to Idrian. Idrian, you got a lightsaber pointed towards you.
And I've been insulted a lot.
Yep.
I think Idrian's gonna do the stupid because Idrian is a stupid.
Okay.
Wait. I feel like Idri would take a second to think about this and be like, wait. You're trying to test me or something, aren't you? That sentinel said something about testing my mental weapons.
Kind of tilts his head to the side, like, Mandalorian. Just fight me. You know you want to. There's glory in it.
Last time I fought for glory, I nearly died. And this time, And he looks at the lightsaber. I don't have something that can compete with you. It'd be a brutal, one-sided massacre.
Hmm.
Almost like what happened to this temple.
No. He puts the lightsaber back on his belt and he goes, boring. He flicks his arms up and your vision cuts out. Quinn!
Yes.
You're 20 feet up in the air, buddy.
Uh,
You want to roll me another coordination check?
sure. Hold on, let me. Because I'm trying to remember. Nope. Okay. Coordination. Same difficulty.
You can use destiny points if you would like.
Yup. But difficulty?
Still 3 purple.
Triumph. But 0
So
success.
Triumph, I'll let you gain another 10 feet up.
Okay.
10 feet up, but take another wound.
Can do.
As your fingers, feet, and core have never been put under so much physical strain before.
I didn't think that libraries could be physically exerting.
There is a voice that is coming from 35 feet below you that goes, the list is at 60% completion.
Thank you.
The light cuts back off. You got 20 more feet, buddy.
Okay, what am I rolling?
What will you be rolling? Give me a discipline check. Because now the handholds are starting to become more frequent and evenly spaced out.
Okay. Difficulty?
1 red, 3 purple. 1 red, 2 purple, sorry. 1 red, 2 purple.
Ooh, boy. Fine, I'll play your game. Oh no.
Oh, did you just fall?
2 failures.
Oh no.
We'll see what happens. We'll see how Javen plays it, but still 2 failures. Yes.
You do the foolish thing. And with your left hand, keep the hold as you release with your feet. to reach another hold. As you do so, your hand slips. Can you please take 2 more wound? As the 2 advantages let you stay where you are. But if you could please roll a critical injury for me.
All right. Now that I don't remember how to roll.
You just go to when you look at the dice, you click on that little tab on the right.
Yes.
And it'll and then you look down to where it says roll dice, and it'll say roll crit for this PC.
Okay.
Oh my.
Yeah, we don't like that one.
Don't like that.
Oh my goodness, indeed.
I'm not looking.
Well, well, first of all, take a strain.
Oof.
But with that crit and the wording of it, target is knocked prone, and if you're hanging by one arm,
I fall.
yeah, Quinn, your last little digit releases from the strain as you start to fall. We go back to Mikia. If Mikia's back. Is he back?
I haven't heard anything yet.
No,
Okay.
yeah.
Wait, we can go to Adrian.
Okay.
Adrian, your vision comes to. You're in the archive.
Huh. Oh.
Quinn, can you please make a noise that you just essentially what happened is you reached up with your right arm, the right arm missed, you swung, your chest and stomach hit the wall of the archives, and your fingers let go. So please make that noise for me. You hear that
And
off in the distance.
I'm assuming I hear a thunk afterward.
Yeah, let me look at what the fall damage rules are for this. Falling. Go ahead and roll me. Wait, hang on. It's falling athletics coordination check. Okay. Go ahead and roll me an athletics or coordination check with a 2 purple difficulty, whichever one is better.
Coordination. 2 purple.
Mm-hmm. So you reduce the damage by 2.
Okay.
You are falling 30 feet. That is a medium range.
Mm-hmm.
You take 30 damage.
30?
30 damage. So I'm gonna need you to roll me 2
Holy
criticals,
baloney.
please.
2 criticals?
Yes.
Quinn's dead.
Do I add any?
Just roll it. It'll add the crit modifiers as you stack them up. But roll one at a time and we'll address it.
Okay,
Okay, cool.
that one good.
Excellent. One more time.
Okay.
One light side to a dark side. Okay.
Alright, cool. So yeah, not dead. 3 critical injuries on Quinn.
2 of them the same thing.
2 of them the same thing. Quinn, go ahead and put your wound threshold at, I'm gonna call it a cool 20 out of 11.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh,
So you hear a ah, and then a
like a sickening just.
it is it's so tiny, but it's so saddening. It's kind of like when Yoda, if Yoda didn't tumble to the ground, if he sort of just went and just hit the ground.
I will definitely start walking towards the noise. Because that sounds oddly like one of my friends.
You walk towards the noise and you see Family Guy style fallen Quinn just crumpled and bruised.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
Ah,
I would like to make a medicine check using one of the 2 med packs I have on my person.
For sure. Go for it. Quinn, you are fully unconscious right now. You cannot make any sounds or actions. So remind me what exactly a med pack does, Cedric.
Let me look it up because I'm uncertain as well. But I know I have it as part of my. It's been part of my pack forever. I just need to make sure I know what it does.
Yeah, for sure.
Gear, medical. All right. Med pack improves healing capacity and contains a stim pack. May perform a medical check without penalty. Add 1 boost tied to a check. It also has a supply of 1 stim pack per encounter. So I'm going to
Cool.
just attempt a medicine check with no setback dice. So
For sure.
whatever difficulty this needs to be.
What is your brawn, Quinn? 1?
I believe so. Yes.
It's gonna be 1 purple.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Quinn, you want to heal a strain?
Sure.
I guess I will effectively use the stim pack to reduce their wound to, I don't know, 15 out of 11.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Still unconscious, but you watch as one of his legs kind of cracks back into place with no response from his body.
Oh, that's
This doesn't
unsettling.
seem good.
He fell
no.
quite a long way.
Can I?
Adrian immediately whirls towards wherever that sound came from. Who the fuck was
I
that?
imagine about 35 feet, if my calculations are correct, which they are. And then you see that as the voice emits, the light from this big Cerebro type door is just kind of whirring in, like, dimming and brightening as the voice emits.
Okay, there's officially talking doors now, so there's dead people and talking doors. Wonderful.
I assure you, I'm much more than a door.
Great. What does that mean?
Well, I am the archive. The archive is me. It's at this point you can't see it no one can see it from where they are, but Mikia fades into existence at the front door of like at the entrance of the archives.
If this is the archive, you have all the information.
I do possess. Hello. Who are you?
Adrian turns around, hands on his knife, like, oh, damn it, there's more people!
Whoa, Adrian, it's me.
Oh, thank the fucking Mandalorians. Mikia, where the hell did you go?
I Not important. What's going on?
Idria just looks down at Quinn and is like, Quinn's really badly injured. I don't know where Quill is, and the door is talking. It says it's the archive.
Look what they did to Gurg! My sweet boy!
That's funny to precisely 3 people.
Still pretty funny.
Yeah, whatever. Knowing that there really isn't anything I can do for Quinn, although I do look and it's not like I shed a tear, but it's one of those things that I'm like, damn it, could this get any worse for us? All right. I look at the door. Yo, so you're the archive, right?
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you too. Can you give me a readout of everything currently in this temple?
I'm afraid that information is restricted.
How do we unrestrict it?
Well, you'd have to get permission from the Grand Master.
Pretty sure they're dead.
From behind everyone, another voice comes into play. And it goes, No, not yet. At least,
Again, Adrian turns around, hand on knife.
as far as I know, I do believe I'm alive. Yes. Yes, I am.
Does Adrian recognize this person from the council chamber?
No. No, you do not. And it is not this person for everyone who knows who this person is, but it is the same race as this. Walking very slowly, ducking under the doorway, standing at a crisp 8 feet tall, but very hunched over and very decrepit looking. Very long, tattered robes, very pale skin, very long neck. And to who do I owe the pleasure of my guests? I sense at least one of you has been gifted with the Force.
It's unpolite to ask for someone's name without introducing who you are.
It is also impolite to trespass on one's abode without an invite.
We
I think
were
Adrian's
invited.
gonna jam another stim pack into Quinn because I feel like Quinn would want to see this.
Quinn, you heal 4 wound.
We were invited. He's just not here with us.
You'll believe me if I am skeptical.
We were led here by a man named Quill.
I'm sorry. Quill?
That was the name he gave us. We came here looking for information.
Bring that crumpled mess over my way, please.
It's at that point when he calls him a crumpled mess and bring that corpse over here. That's when I pull the blaster. Why the hell should we trust you?
Boy, put the blaster away.
Mikia, I don't have that many stims left. If this person can help, we might as well let him try.
The time will come for your blaster, but it is not quite yet.
Mikia puts the blaster away and he grits his teeth.
As Adrian starts taking Quinn over, holding him a little more gently than might be strictly necessary, he looks up and says, I was taught you, Jedi, had healers, but you guys were more violent. I've only seen one of you who seemed to fit that bill.
One of us that heals or one of us that seems violent?
The second one.
Hmm.
Real tall guy, ponytail.
Ah. Yes, old Grandmaster Yukon. Back when I was an acolyte, quite friendly. Towards the end, his untimely death, well, you know how life is.
Javen.
Yeah.
May I have a lore check for Idrian? Because Cedric has heard the name Yukon in one of Idrian's recordings. I want to see if Idrian will remember it.
Okay, for sure. Quinn, you, Mikia and Adrian watch as this long spin, like the three-digit hand with these long spindly fingers kind of reaches out over Quinn, and you watch as Quinn just kind of starts to click back into place. Until he is lying on his back, and Quinn, you come to with a deep inhale, as you are now at a grand total of 7 wound.
Hooray!
Oh, my data pad.
I pick it up and I hand it to Quinn.
Do I check if it's broken?
That was quite a tumble you had, little one.
Oh, yes, anything for information. Now, excuse me.
Quinn.
Hmm?
And Adrian kind of looks as if suddenly realizing that this is something unprecedented. I think we found a Jedi.
Huh?
Mikia's posture begins to kind of relax and realize just what the hell's going on, and wait a minute.
I think we found someone who survived the plague. Someone other than Quill.
You're the one from my vision. I saw you on Dameronian Temple.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but yes, I am, as far as I know, the last survivor. Though I can't really use the Force that well anymore.
How did you survive?
I believe I have an outstanding question, which is to the names of my esteemed guests.
Oh, my name is Quinn. This is Adrian, and this is Mikia. Please tell me everything.
The head very slowly cranes, and you watch as 8 feet tall though he is, about 2 feet of that is all neck, and it cranes down with his back as he hunches over and leans his head to get right into Quinn's level,
Oh, that's disturbing.
which is 4 feet tall.
That's a bend.
As he very with Professor Farnsworth hands kind of limp, he just kind of leans and bends until he's level with Quinn, and he goes, "I'm afraid we don't have that kind of time, little one."
What's going on?
And also, what exactly is everything? I can tell you about my regular bowel movements if that interests you. and
Slightly less interested in that.
he straightens himself back up to his old man posture, which to him is like 7.5 feet,
Quit.
but to you guys,
Mikia slumps and goes, "Oh, great, another one."
Javen, could I make that lore check, looking specifically for the name Yacone in Idrian's memory? Just give me a difficulty.
yes, 3 purple.
That seems fair.
Could I also roll to see if I remember if this is the guy from my vision?
Remind me exactly what was in your vision.
So, in referring to this guy, he appeared after zooming into the ship, and he basically goes, "I have been expecting you, God, what was the exact wording? Unassumed bearer of our future," or something along that line. Like, it was very oddly put, but very similar voiced.
Go ahead and roll me a lore check for sure. You can do this at 2 purple. Go ahead and add a blue to it as well.
Worth a shot.
Worth a shot. The advantage, your hunch might be right. The voice is very similar. Voices can be similar, though not the same. So it's not outlandish to think that this is the same voice that you heard. But you can't really be sure.
1 sec. Give me. Hold on. I need to look at something.
Okay.
I need to have better access of this, and I apologize.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and, well, I have to ask the group because it's the last 2. Is everyone okay? Nope, can't do it. Shit.
Yeah, we can.
No, it's
only
not
at the
for something.
DM's discretion can we spend more than 1 destiny point.
Well, I can spend 2 to use my signature ability, but for something like recognizing a voice, it just doesn't seem right. So I'm gonna let that go.
Up to you, man.
I came close. I saw what the readings were, and I was like, I could do it.
He looks at as he towers again over you. He looks at the group and goes, "So, Mikia, Quinn, and Idrian. I am known as Kazim.
We would never have heard
pleasure
that
to-
name. Would we?
You have heard it because that is the name that Quill said that you guys should go meet."
Yeah, he's the Jedi friend.
Okay.
Yeah. "You'll be happy to know that you all passed."
Passed.
Wait, you
Yes.
saw what happened?
Of course.
Who was that woman?
That was my memory of one known as Master Hirani, a Jedi mystic by trade and a quite powerful seer, and incredibly resilient. I've never seen a Jedi survive death as much as she did.
Mika just kind of sits and looks back, and Master Hirani.
Interesting. And how do you spell that?
H-I-R-A-N-I.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
We would like access to the archives. At
Hold,
the very least, Quinn would.
hold, Adrian. We passed. What exactly do we get for passing?
What would you like?
I would like that archive. First of all, do I see stairs now or anything upstairs again, or was this like?
No, no. You were not in a vision at all.
Oh, I just got into the archive, no, like just straight in. I had no trial.
Yeah. You well.
Being the
You
purest
did
boy.
die.
I wouldn't say you didn't have a trial. I would say you had one goal and one focus in mind. That focus, metagaming, was enough to just break through any kind of misleading barrier that was on something. You're like, I want the archive. I want to go in the archive. I want to get information. So, try as the temple might have, you know.
Ah, yes. My single-mindedness saved me.
Which is sad, but you know.
But, in this case. Okay, so, do you know any stairs around here? To go up there?
To go up to the second landing.
Yes.
Well, you were just on the. That's where the crumpled heap of your body, little one, was pulled off of.
Wait, am I on the second landing right now?
You're on the ground floor, son. If you look
Well,
behind you, there's stairs leading up to the door to the Holocron archive. Then there's another flight of stairs going up to the second landing.
Quinn stares at it for like a good 10 seconds.
Stares
And then
at
just
it or him?
At the stairs.
You stare at the stairs, and when your eyes meet the archive, as we've been calling it, it
Mhm.
just goes, "Hello."
So I don't see stairs. I just see the archive.
So on the second, just to kind of go back, when you were climbing the shelf,
Uh-huh.
you were on the second floor, but the shelf went on for like 50 feet up in the air. Like I said, you didn't really have a trial, but you had a trial. There was no illusion here. You really did just fall 30 feet.
I pocket that, don't voice it, and just start heading towards the stairs.
Kazim looks at Adrian and Mikia.
I kind of voiced out loud. Thing was unconscious not 5 seconds ago and is already back on his. I don't.
Oh,
even
he's
know what to do.
fully limping. You can tell, like he's just like.
Oh, it's 3 critical injuries. It's bad.
Like definitely not going fast.
But still, I'm like was unconscious not 5 seconds ago and still wants to go into the archive. I almost envy Quinn.
Hyper
Admire the dedication.
Adrian, I think he wants to speak to you most. I will wait patiently. Mikia puts everything away and just kind of tries to remember Master Hirani and just kind of tries to think about what it means to see her in the head.
Kazim just kind of shrugs as Mikia walks away and looks at you and goes, "What would you like?"
Zane, have you ever heard of someone trying to get rid of the Force?
Yes, it is actually quite familiar to me.
Is there a way to do it?
I can do it now if you would like. However, I will warn you that what you have is the key to the galaxy. If you hone this gift and you nurture it, let it grow with you, you can achieve anything. However, I do understand, and he kind of like folds his hands out a little bit in sort of like a diplomatic politician kind of like counselor motion. Puts his hands back together and he goes, I also understand wanting to leave it all behind and to hide away and to live out your existence in a peaceful, unmeaningful, in a galactic sense. Either or is fine. But I warn you, the Force cannot be destroyed. If I remove the Force from you, your life will be different, and the Force will go into another individual. You are what we call a virgins in the Force, an awakening, a spire. If you truly want this, I cannot stop you, and I will aid you, much as I can. But you must be 100% certain that this is what you want.
There's a
I-
long second as Adrian's kind of toying with something in his pocket.
As you do so, the almost like large animatronic style, a very slow reach from his hand comes out and rests almost wistfully on your shoulder as he goes, take a moment. Go get your friend Mikia. Tell him I wish to speak with him. Go monitor the little one. He seems a bit too focused for my liking. And he does a bit like that kind of like old man smile and just kind of gingerly pats your back and motions for you to go.
Adrian nods, and I feel like he is holding his remaining doses of Pixie in his hand as he walks up to where Quinn is and passes by Mikia on the way. Mikia,
Yeah, Adrian, what's up?
I'm gonna go check on Quinn.
I grab
said he wanted.
I grab him by the arm really quick. What did he tell you?
Only I could have what I wanted, Mikia. But... And he gives a weird half smile. If it's what I really wanted, why am I hesitating, right? He said he wanted to talk to you. Said he had some questions.
No matter what you choose, Adrian, I'm on your side. Know that. I walk my way to the master.
In this time, he has very slowly pulled out a chair and has sat himself down. You walk up to him. He still is maybe a little bit taller than you, even sitting down. He goes, "Hello, Mikia.
So you were the one toying with my mind.
Toying? Giving you a chance to potentially figure some things out.
All I figured out is that my mind is a steel cage, and that Master Hironi certainly likes calling me an idiot. Though I suppose it's better than charlatan.
I am sorry you are so troubled. Is there a way I can help?
Mikia looks down and looks back up. You don't have anything I want. I have been living the life of the false Jedi for probably about 5, maybe 6 years now. And I stand before one, and I stand before a friend who is force sensitive. He is the most troubled of all of us. And you've offered him a way out. I wish he would reconsider. I wish he would see what he has as a gift. But I respect his decision. You, on the other hand, I don't know what to make of you. Are all Jedi as pretentious? I have a grin on my face as if I'm trying to make a joke.
He smiles a little bit.
I don't think there's anything you
say-
could give me.
Oh.
Sorry,
No, yeah, no. You say that, and he holds a hand up and goes, I believe there is. But I need you to make this choice with a clear head. You say that you have learned nothing except that your mind is a steel trap and a figment that I put into your head that enjoys calling you an idiot. You've been called a charlatan. Your life debt to that young boy over there, who, from what, and he kind of adjusts himself in his seat, from what I can tell, is perhaps some form of jealousy.
You think I'm jealous of Adrian?
It could be perceived that way.
Mikia kind of looks to the old man, looks back at the archway that Adrian just walked through. Is the weak not jealous of the strong? Are those grounded jealous of those who can fly? Just because I envy the gift that he was given does not mean I am jealous of Adrian. I may have been trying to play myself off as a false Jedi, but that doesn't mean I wanted to be. No, I didn't want to be. Not.
Are you sure?
It's Adrian's gift, not mine. My gift is to help him. What are you even asking?
You are so full of doubt, resentment, anger. Perhaps there is nothing I can offer you.
How do you know what I'm filled with? Mika kind of stands. Just because you've looked into my mind, you think you know who I am?
He strains himself and postures as you posture.
I may be a liar and I may be a charlatan, but I am not a coward. You didn't answer my question. What is
Your
it?
bravery was never in question.
Then what is?
He closes his eyes and looks down, defeated. Only you can give yourself the answers. There is nothing that I could possibly say to put your mind at ease. You've made that abundantly clear. If you will not open yourself to the possibilities of things being better, then I cannot help you.
How can you be so sure that they're better? I've seen what this does to him. You don't think I've seen what it looks like for him? What the world, what the galaxies are gonna be? I would give anything to take away his pain. I wish I could make it better. I wish I could make him see, but I can't. I've done everything I can. I want him to be better. I want all of us to be better. There's a reason I left home. There's a reason I... You walk around in riddles. You walk around as if... You walk in riddles and yet you provide no answers. If you could honestly tell me what is going on, maybe I could come up with something. What did you tell Adrian? What did you tell him?
From out of his robes, his arms extending have been out this whole time. From inside of his robes comes a third arm, a much smaller, more fragile looking one. As it comes out of its robes, and he holds his empty hand out to you.
Nikia takes a deep breath. And he reaches out to grasp the hand. Almost tears beginning to well up. Like just out of frustration, out of sadness, out of confusion, just everything.
As you put your hand in his, he just goes, "Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Control yourself and open your mind to the possibilities." Do you open yourself?
Yes.
All right. Mikia, please roll me a force die.
Damn it.
You start to feel cold. As your mind goes dark and you start to transcend this mortal plane, your consciousness is launched into the ether. As you open your eyes, staring forward, your eyes glisten as you are currently in a light speed tunnel. Next to you, you hear a voice going, "Ah, I always feel so much freer in my own mind."
What? I turned to look.
It is Kazim, but he looks a whole lot younger. But with this species, it's kind of hard to tell. But his skin's like a little tighter. His eyes aren't as gaunt. His face is more full. His neck is a lot more sturdy, I would say. He's standing up a lot straighter, and he's wearing not the overcoat, not the overrobes, but he's wearing a sort of normal Jedi robes, kind of like Anakin and Obi-Wan, how they wear without the overcoat. But on near where a normal person's ribs would be, there are two smaller arms with two smaller like sleeves, and they are on top of his stomach.
What?
He looks at you and goes, he looks at you and goes, "Sorry, I didn't quite know any other way to get you here. Take 2 conflict, please, Mikia.
I am up to 4. Actually, no, I'm up to 5.
You should be up to 5. Yeah. He looks forward at the light zooming past you guys. Looks down at you and goes, "You wanted answers. I can give you that here, in our mind. You want to know what's going on with Mikia? You want to know what I told Mikia?
Adrian.
Or, Adrian, sorry.
I'm still kind of flabbergasted by what I'm seeing.
Focus, boy, there's not a whole time.
Yes, I guess.
Adrian sees his abilities as a blight. Always has. That is what he has been raised to see. All his life he has been alone. He's had to hide his abilities, suppress them, take drugs in order to stop the voices going on in his head, so he can dull his senses and focus. Getting rid of what you deem to be a blessing and a gift, and as do I, to him, for his entire existence, has been a blight, a curse, a hex. I offered him a way out, and I warned him. If I was to move the force from his body, it would go into someone else.
Mikia begins to realize who the other is. It would move into me.
Oh. No, my dear boy, no. No, if it left him, it would most likely go into whoever a polar opposite of him would be. Take my hand.
I reach out and much quicker this time, I grab it.
The light speed blips, zooms faster as he kind of like moves your hand to one of his smaller hands and holds his bigger hand to the back of your head as he like quicksilvers you through a time dimension. He stops, and you are outside a sort of like palace of sorts. And he goes, well, let's see. I guess the most opposite to him would be, and he kind of squints his eyes as he holds his chin. Ah, yes, that's one there, the one on the balcony. And he points as your vision zooms in to go closer, and you see, as the wind of the planet blows his sleek black hair in a ponytail, a green skin Falleen with a very crisp suit and a rapier at his side kind of leans over the balcony as you see Temnut Dralad looks at all of the land that he owns.
No. No, this can't happen. You can't let this happen.
It is to be his wish.
You did it.
And
You need to tell him that this is who it goes to.
I cannot. And neither can you.
What? Are you... Why?
Because this is because this is not your choice. Mika, there are things in this universe and in this galaxy that we cannot control. Not even us Jedi.
You are seriously going to let one of the last Force users in the entire galaxy give up their power, someone who is good at heart, go to that sniveling Quim, to that warmonger?
And who are you to pass this kind of judgment?
Someone who apparently knows better of the right or wrong. Temnut is evil. He is merciless. He is the leader of the Black Suns. He will use those gifts to rule over everyone.
Perhaps. The Force must fluctuate, one way or another.
Oh my god.
Right now, young Idri needs to make a choice. And that is something that you cannot help him with.
And what are you gonna do to stop me?
Is that a threat, Mika?
If it means saving the galaxy, then yes. Temnut will destroy everything in his path if he's given this power.
And what if I told you that Idrian isn't the only one that could have the Force right now? And neither is Temnut, should he choose to should he give up the Force.
What? What do you... Temnut's the last Force user. We haven't seen any others for 20 years. We were lucky to find you.
Do you know what you are?
A liar, a charlatan, the false Jedi. What do you want?
His left hand goes into his robes and pulls out a blue luminescent key on a little ring. And it slowly extends to you. You are a prisoner of your own making. You know what this is.
No.
Bit of an underhanded tactic, and he flips the key and puts it in his hand and grabs it. If I give you this key, it will unlock your mind to the possibilities. If you truly want to help your friend, you cannot push him, but you can guide him. And he offers the key in a flat palm. But only if you open the gate to your mind.
Even though I'm in space, Mika kind of paces around and looks at the key, looks at Timnut. Unlocking my mind. And all I'd have to do...
You would be following in the footsteps of your great, 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 great grandmother, if I'm not mistaken.
I would have to guide Adrian, not push him. Tell me, is that what I've been doing? Have I been pushing him away? Have I been a bad friend? Am I... What would I need to do?
For you to decide. I'm offering you a chance to walk out into the great wide beyond, to feel the world as Adrian does, as I do, as Quill can't. I made this offer to Quill a long time ago, and he denied it. Said that it wasn't right. So now, I'm offering this gift to you. If you do not want it, say so now. But if you do, then you are making a promise to advise, but not force. That is the role of the mystics.
Mika looks back at Timnut.
Temnut still now has a leg up on the balcony, just sniffing in the beautiful air of his planet.
He looks back at the key. Shit. Was this what I left home for? Was this why I decided to travel the galaxy? Did everything I do lead to this one moment?
You could never be sure. But with this gift, you could be sure in the future. You have a long way to go, Mikia. But if I can do anything to help you, then I will do it.
Can you make me one promise then? I straighten up a little bit.
He doesn't move.
No matter the outcome, Adrian lives. You must help me ensure that. I'm not asking you to save his life. I'm asking you to help him as I will help him.
I cannot make such a promise that I cannot keep. My purpose is close to being fulfilled. But I believe that giving you this gift will be fulfilling both of our promises.
Mikia looks down. He's openly got tears rolling down his face. He feels like he's betraying Adrian. He feels like he's betraying Quinn. He doesn't feel right about this. He doesn't feel like this is a good thing at all. Damn it. Damn it. Mikia reaches out for the key. And just falls on his butt, almost in a huddled position. I'm so sorry. Damn it. Damn it all.
Azim kind of laughs a little bit and goes, "All right, up you get. Come on. Straighten up." Kind of picks you up and kind of pats your back a little bit. This is a happy occasion.
I feel like a coward.
You know the easiest way to fix that? He holds out the key again and goes, "To take the plunge."
Mikia takes the key.
You take the key. Your vision explodes as though you've been hit by a stun grenade. To everyone else who's in the archive, you have watched Mikia and Kazim basically hold hands for like 10 minutes.
Oh, isn't that nice?
And all of a sudden, Mikia explodes and flies 20 feet backwards unconscious.
Oh, damn it.
Geo,
Yeah.
Mikia is fully unconscious now. No strain, no wound. Don't worry about it. You're just under the unconscious condition. You are now force rating 1, and your first force power is 4C.
Oh,
Nice.
no.
Can I do some role playing with Quinn while
Absolutely, yes, please do.
Yeah, I did not mean to eat up all that time, guys. I
Oh,
do apologize.
No,
Yeah.
this was essential for Mikia. I get that. I have some things I want to do with Quinn. But
Please, go ahead.
so Adrian is gonna catch up to Quinn's still like fumbling with his doses in his pocket. And he's gonna look at Quinn limping and just as gently as he can pick up Quinn and kind of cradle him
Oh,
in his
ow,
arm.
ow, 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 ow. It still hurts.
Yeah, but you'll move faster this way.
I suppose so.
What were you trying to get to, Quinn?
Um, I can guide you there.
Yeah, show me.
I guide him to the data pad or the data disk, whatever.
Holy shit, you were gonna climb all that? You're crazy.
Real quick, Adrian, as you look up, Quinn is pointing at just more shelving.
The shelves are empty, aren't they?
Do I see anything on the shelves?
Oh yeah, the light is still blinking.
So I see things on the shelf, but Adrian doesn't.
Yes.
No, they're not. There's stuff there. There are plenty of information
Hey,
here.
let me rephrase. Adrian, these shelves are still twinkling and like illuminating, but what Quinn sees is basically like a beacon blinking way the hell up there, but you do not see that. That is what I meant to describe.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're looking for something specific, but I can't see anything that you're describing. I don't see the blinking, Quinn.
Oh dear. Well, I may have to go out there with you and point it out.
I crawl on my back.
Ow, ow, ow. Yes.
Here. And Adrian, is Adrian back in his modular armor?
I'll say yes, even though I could be a dick and go, you never specified you got back into it, but it was also, you know,
Yeah. I
all
assumed it was a
tests,
hallucination,
so,
but
yeah.
I didn't want to make that. I
No,
wanted
no,
to
no,
see.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're fully back the way you were before all
So
the tests.
Adrian kind of like loosens the straps on it and gets Quinn to hold on to some of the plates, so his weight's a little more distributed.
Mm-hmm.
And Adrian's gonna start climbing.
All right. I'm going to need Adrian to roll me an athletics check with 3 red, please.
Okay. I mean, that's not a great roll, but it's not a bad one.
Both Quinn and Adrian, you watch with the advantage as you look at the finger holds that Quinn saw. The advantage is, as you go to put your hand there, the finger holes close.
Well, that didn't happen before.
Mm.
Can I just reach for the handhold he was about to put his hand in?
Roll an athletics check with 1 purple.
Oh no.
You reach your hand out, and as you do so, the shelves perfectly move into where your fingers set in them. But as you do so, you realize how badly hurt your arm is, and you retract it.
Oh no.
Go ahead and take 1 strain because of your resolve.
Cool. Well, it seems I'm gonna be the only one that's going to be able to get up there. I am
Hey,
not in any.
Shaven.
Yeah.
How big is a ladder?
The size ladder that you need, it's gonna be way bigger than what you can conjure.
That's fair. Could I
However,
conjure something smaller and at least get him closer?
you could conjure maybe like something small and simple. Hmm.
Could I conjure a platform about 7 feet up and pull myself onto it? I know it's still like 50 feet, but maybe leapfrog it in some way?
Discipline check. Actually, no. Roll me a force die first. Roll me a discipline check. 3 purple, 1 blue. I don't know about Adrian standing on the platform, but you know who could?
Absolutely. Adrian will conjure a platform, and it's small enough that it won't support his weight, but he'll make a ladder for Quinn to climb up.
As you do so, go ahead and take 3 strain first and foremost, Adrian. From the sheer effort of you having to like make this platform like start to slowly raise it, to make it easier for Quinn. You hear a voice from behind. Go. What are you guys up to?
I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted. Could I get a like 10-second recap?
A voice from behind you just goes, "What are you guys up to?"
I turn around, mentally still focusing on the platform, and do I see who I think I see? Do I see Quill?
Quill. Yeah.
Oh, Quinn was looking for some information, but really hurt themselves trying to find it. I think I'm trying to help.
Little higher.
You're reaching your limit, aren't you, buddy?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this place is really taxing.
Quinn,
Oh, hello, Mr. Quill.
you look terrible.
Oh, I'm fine. It's like
Adrian
you can
looks at
see the
Quill and makes
physical.
the no, shaking the head.
It's all
So
right.
you're about 15 feet up, and that is me being generous.
Oh fuck yeah!
Because you are making a platform, which means you are holding with your mind the entire weight of Quinn, which isn't a lot, but you do not have the move skill. This is a whole new thing for you.
Oh god, yeah, this is terrifying.
You're like, ah, it's taking all you can muster to keep this thing, let alone like existing, and still moving it upward. Um, you watch as Quill looks up and goes, "Hey, Quinn, can you try and dig your hands into like some kind of hold up there?"
Yes.
All right, go ahead and do that.
Yeah. Do I roll for it or do I just do it?
I'll say you can just do it.
Okay. So yeah, I just put my hand on a shelf.
Yeah, you put your hand on the shelf. You put you do the 4 points of contact. As you go to put your right foot on something, you kind of can't feel anything, and then like a bit where you could have sworn was blank has like a little foothold, and you kind of like jam your foot in there.
Hmm.
Quill looks at you, Adrian, and goes, "You look like you need to go have a sit down." Hey, we'll talk in a minute. Go Go sit down somewhere. Maybe pull up a chair.
Adrian collapses where he is and pulls out his knife and 4 capsules from his pocket.
Okay.
And I will message Javen what I'm going to do with that.
Cool. Quill looks up at Quinn and goes, "So what's up there?"
Uh, information on rosters of the temple.
Roll me a deception check.
I just automatically fail myself.
It's gonna be 1 red, 2 purple, and a black.
And, nope, that's 2. And a black. What?
Well, damn.
No.
I am going to throw in my pocketed 4 threats and pile it onto that.
Oh no.
To where with a 10 threat, 2 successes, your deception gets through to where he doesn't know what you're really after, but he knows you're being dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
But with the 2 successes, he doesn't think you're like lying, but he thinks you're keeping a lot from him. He looks up at you and goes, "Okay. So what has the temple got you doing? Climbing up there?"
Well, the data file is way up here, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of other way up besides climbing.
Okay. Pretty standard. Okay.
If I may ask, you were here at this temple a long time ago. Was it ever like this, or did they have systems for getting things down much easier?
That is a loaded question, little guy.
How so?
Temple wants you to do something.
Oh,
You asked something of the temple. So now it's making your work for it. And he kind of laughs and puts his head down. Looks back up at you.
I'll look up at because I can still see the beacon from where I'm at, right? And I'm just hanging on to the side of the shelf.
Yeah. Clear as day. 15 feet up. You are 50. It is 50 feet off the ground. You are about 35 feet away from it.
Ugh. I kind of just hold on. I remember the experience of what it was like falling from much higher. And just I don't feel good about what I just told Quill. Mr. Quill. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it up there. At least right now.
Well, by all means, jump down.
Okay.
And you look down and it's 15 feet to the ground.
Mm-hmm. Sir, it's your file.
Hmm. Okay. Wonder why it's so high up.
You're not mad that I'm going after your file?
A masked hooded figure finds you in the jungle of Deveron outside of a Jedi temple. It leads you through it, takes you to a hut, flies your ship to a city in the clouds, then disappears for a while, takes you back to said temple. Temple's dilapidated. I would honestly be more shocked if you didn't want to know more about me.
Oh. Well, when you put it that way, then yeah, I continue to climb up.
You want to keep
Can you
making
at
checks?
least try and catch me when I fall?
My reflexes aren't as good as they used to be. I don't know. And he kind of like stretches.
Okay.
You can probably do it. You can probably do it yourself, though.
What?
You can probably catch yourself, or maybe just don't fall. You can try that. And he kind of rubs his eye.
Sir, I cannot tell when you're being serious or not.
Neither can I half the time.
Even Idrian laughs at that.
Quill kind of like kicks you a little bit with his foot. You move 5 feet up without thinking of it.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Yeah, see, you got it. It's easy.
Okay.
Hey, Quill. Hey, Quinn. What'd you think of Kazim?
Oh, he seemed nice.
He's talking to me
Wise.
right now.
Oh, I know. I saw them holding hands.
Is that normal for a Jedi thing?
Well, I mean, he's got 6 of them, so at some point or another, you're gonna hold one of them.
Okay. I mean, good for him.
Certainly make climbing easier, wouldn't it, Quinn?
Yes, it would.
Quill smiles.
How you doing up there?
Slow. My right arm hurts a lot more than my left, and I don't necessarily think I can feel part of my left foot. And
First year of my exile, I had that same right arm problem. And he smiles.
Ha 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 ha. And yeah, I continue climbing.
You know, you can manipulate the shelves.
What?
Yeah. Don't look down, man. You're like 25 feet up. Don't look down.
Whoop, nope.
Don't do it. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Focus on what
Was
you're
just
doing.
starting to, and is like, oh nope, no, you're right. Don't look down.
Adrian, can you maybe a streetwise check real quick?
I can. Please tell me a difficulty.
A red and a purple.
I'd be surprised if this goes through. He-ya! No!
Yikes! Yeah, Adrian, you are too kind of into what you're doing. Making passive comments is like kind of, second nature to you. Being just like Mandalorian camps and stuff, you kind of just pass stuff along.
Mhm.
Hang on, I clicked log out by accident. With the 2 advantages though, you look up as the despair. What you're doing with the knife kind of like burns your hand a little bit. So go ahead and take like, I'll say take like 2 wound.
Seems
with
fair.
the 2 advantages, you see that Quill is kind of like, looks like he's starting to focus a little bit, but you kind of just go back to what you're doing. But Quill looks up at Quinn and just goes, "Hey Quinn, how badly do you want that file on me?"
Well, it's kind of a it's like a trait that many people back on Post Massa kind of pointed out that once I get focused on getting information. I don't really stop until I actually get it. So, very badly.
Nothing else you want right now, at all.
I mean,
You literally
the-
died.
there's a lot
Literally.
more information on Jedi that I would want as well, but like right now I am, I guess.
I mean, honestly, Quill, you should have seen him before. It was even worse. Kazim actually healed him.
You know what's in that file?
Information on you?
It's a full recount. For me, by me. Everything I've ever done is documented in that file. Things that only I know that I've done. Places that I've been, people I've met. He looks down at Idrian and goes, people I've killed. And looks back up at Quinn. If you really, really want that file, breathe.
When I'd take a deep breath. And if I had eyes, I would close them.
Now just climb.
It's just one hand, 1 foot at a time.
With
Adrian stops what he's doing and looks up.
with Polis Massons, you don't have eyes, but you can definitely shut your eyes off because you have to sleep somehow.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Quinn doesn't have eyes, so he sleeps with his eyes open and looks like fucking Shy Guy. That's terrifying.
He essentially the way I see it, whenever Quinn is asleep, it looks like a doll that is just limp.
That is
Mhm.
worse.
Quinn is definitely a cross between Shy Guy and Groot.
Yeah, basically. But as you kind of reach out in front of you, you kind of just like feel out around with your left hand, feel a hold, grab it. Move your left leg, right hand, grab, right leg. You open your eyes, and you are now 10 feet away from Quill's file.
Oh my. Okay.
How you doing up there, bud?
Don't look that. Trying not to look down.
Is there any way I can assist him?
Down.
Not at that height. And when Adrian thinks that, what does Adrian start doing?
I think Adrian is looking back and forth between Quinn and Quill, realizing what Quinn said, and is just standing up, not towering, just looking up, wondering, how can I help Quinn? This is something Quinn desperately wants. What can I do?
Go ahead and roll me a streetwise check. This time, same roll, but 2 purple.
Well, okay then.
You succeed. I'm gonna pocket those threats. You
Yep.
succeed. You watch as Quill As you kind of look up and like start thinking, you feel a firm hand on your shoulder. And Quill looks at you. Around his left eye, there's a little small amount of orange light peeking out from the left corner of his left eye. He looks at you and winks with that same eye and slowly pushes you back. So you take a deep breath, look up at Quinn and go, Quinn, do you really, truly love the Jedi?
It's the only thing I've ever wanted to study. I left my home for it, sir.
And you would go to the ends of the earth to uncover the secrets about them.
Yes, sir.
You see a deep inhale. You, Adrian. Adrian, you watch as Quill's left arm extends as his palm stretches out towards Quinn. Quinn, in your eyes, with your eyes open, for the last 10 feet of this wall, you see little, very faint, kind of like sparking glows appear in various footholds, all the way up, leading a little trail all the way up to the little glowing dot.
I follow him without looking down. It's like I'll find out what happened when I get down, but like I'm just okay. This is it. I'm almost there.
As you get within a half a foot away, all you need is one more arm to grab and then you reach up and you can grab this disc. Before you do so, you hear Quill's voice and go, just know, Quinn, you take that file, there's no turning back.
With all due respect, sir, this is about more than just you and me. And I reach for the file.
Adrian, when Quinn says that, you see a true happiness smile go across Quill's lips. As Quinn grabs, as he pushes in the little button, the shelf extends out. You grab the hollow disc, you put it in your pocket. As you do, there is a slow force pulling you off of the wall.
What?
Do you let go of the wall?
Yes. I feel like if I can't have to, I can grab the shelf again. So, okay.
Pulls you off the wall, and you slowly start to descend. About 5 feet per 2 seconds.
Uh,
Quinn, as you
yes.
descend, Your eyes glow a very slight hue of blue. As you look at this hollow disc in your hand, as you float down, I offer you, Eddie, a choice. Do you want to open Quinn's senses to the rest of the galaxy?
Quinn's mission has always been find out what happened to the Jedi and do what he can to return the Jedi. And honestly, becoming one of them wasn't exactly part of the plan, but he's not against it.
So what's your answer?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Quinn
As
Quinn
you
would
slowly...
Yeah.
Yep, go on. Go on.
Quinn would actually genuinely be curious as to how it would feel to use the Force.
As you slowly fall to the ground, Adrian, you have watched Quill's hand extend as his eye has slowly started to crack more and more with like this kind of like orange kind of light, kind of stretching over like the burn marks, kind of like veins cracking. As Quinn touches the ground, Quill lets out a huge sigh and goes, "Welcome to the real world, kid." And he leans over to Quinn, hits him on the head. Quinn, you now have a force rating of 1, and you have the force power of Seek.
Nice. Oop, Garrett.
I think Adrian would look at Quill and wink back, not really saying anything.
You see a weak smile from Quill. It's at this point, because this all happened after Mikia passed out. Mikia,
I'm gonna run down to Mikia after this.
cool. I assume all of you guys kind of run back down to Mikia. We kind of swipe a little bit, go down to Mikia.
Yes. Yeah.
Mikia, you're back alive, back to the world with your 3 companions looking down at you.
Oh, my head.
Welcome back.
Adrian. I grab Adrian's arm. You're not gonna he just kind of sits for a minute and just kind of remembers everything that just happened.
Mikia, you and I talked a while back, right? And I gave you something. I look at Quinn and Quill and I'm like, when I was younger, I used to suppress my abilities. My parents didn't want news of their son being force sensitive, getting out to the world. So I found a way and they supplied it. And that was a drug. Neutron Pixie. Mikia already knows this, but I used to have 1 dose, and then I relapsed, and found a dealer in Bespin. Cloud City, sorry. But, I don't think I
Quinn.
have a choice anymore.
Sorry.
No. If you would interrupt, go for it.
Quinn would walk up to you and put a hand on your shoulder and just genuinely ask, "Do you want to stop?"
Quinn, I want to be myself. I don't want to be a Mandalorian. I don't want to be a Jedi. I just want to be myself. And that drug isn't me, but apparently the Force was something I'm born with. So much as I don't like it, it's still a part of who I am. You can't be yourself if you're killing off part of it.
Quinn just holds out his hand.
Adrian just looks at Mikia and takes Quinn's hand, kind of like a handshake. Says,
He takes his hand out. "That's not what I meant, sir.
"Wait, what?
Gimme."
Oh, the..." Adrian looks up to where they were and says, "Actually, I burned all of them just a second ago while you were climbing."
Oh. Takes his hand. Pat, pat. "You have help now. You're not alone."
Eat it.
If that's the case. And Kazim smiling. Then what, dear Adrian, would you ask of me?
I want to know what the Jedi were really like. I've been told stories all my childhood about how they were great warriors who were the honorable enemies of the Mandalorians. They had honor even if we hated their guts. They would at least meet us on the field of battle. And losing a fight to a Jedi was not like losing a fight to anyone else. At least we were taught they were honorable, even if we despised their ways.
Then perhaps I can grant. Oh, I can kill two Minox with one shot, as an old friend of mine used to say.
Impressive.
Archive! The archive lights up and goes, "Yes, Master Kazim. Please, if you would, bestow your gift to these fine gentlemen and the bearers of a new age." Very well, sir. And all of you watch as the lens of the holocron vault door open, and a small little holster arm stretches out about 3 feet out and holds a single kind of crystal.
Adrian goes up and takes the crystal.
As you do so, Idrian, please roll me a force die.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no.
Do you want to use it? You don't have to.
You know what? In character, yeah, Idrian, that fits Idrian. He's not happy, but he's made his choice.
Take the 2 conflict.
Yeah.
As you take it and you hold it in your hand, you feel as you hold it a ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. As you hold it, you can feel life.
What is it?
If I knew, I would tell you. But honestly, I don't. The only thing I know is that, well, at some point, it was installed in the Holocron archives by a fellow named Trovy Vent, Deveronian, as the holo recordings go. Apparently, someone tried to collapse the temple some time ago and sent a few pirates after it to collapse the whole thing, and well, that single person stopped that whole catastrophe.
Oh, Belloc, you dumb asshole. Idrian quietly pockets. He sticks it in somewhere he believes is secure, probably like inside a plate of his armor. He can still
Okay.
feel the heartbeat. And just looks over at his companions. Well, there's got to be more information in here, but thank you, Kazim.
You don't have to thank me, but you might want to leave soon because, oh dear. It's at that point, through the archive door, walking through, taking a big step, in a sort of red-eyed helmet,
No.
sort of in the shape of a 3 small-pronged crown at the back. This some kind of mechanical being, fully suited up in sort of like a carbon fiber skin suit,
Oh,
head to
fuck
toe.
me.
On its back, you know what? These ones are common enough. Let me, give me 1 second.
I really hope this isn't who I think it is.
Who do you think it is?
I mean, there's some part of me that's like, theoretically, Lamar could have survived.
No.
On its back is a E-22 blaster rifle. On its left hip is what appears to be for like us IRL would be a long sword.
Mm-hmm.
Steps through, full, like gauntlets, pauldrons, chest piece. Greaves, fully armored, comes in as through one of the red eyes it scans the room, as on its left arm it punches a few buttons and its boots make it levitate a little bit. As a screen comes in front of it, as its eye scans the entire room, and it goes, "Yes, my targets. Mikia, Hadrian, Callus, and Quinn. Temnet Lord would like to see you now." And it pulls out the E22 blaster rifle, and that's where the session will end.
Okay, well, at least it's not Lamar.
Nope, just a bounty hunter after us.
Yeah, that's still very bad.
Yeah.
I rolled 2 Miki obligations in a row.
Yes, we did.
The first one was for tracking, second one was for an encounter. It happened right now.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say goodnight because I gotta go.
Yes. Everyone, for solid roleplay, 20 XP for all.
Night.